Hello, hello, and welcome back, dear endurance racing fans. It's race day! Yeah! 8 hours of Fuji, our event for today. So, 8 hours of racing, 4 stints. Everything will be covered here on the IRO YouTube channel with live commentary. And also hopefully some post-race interviews after the race. We're looking forward to that. Let's see the race info. So 3.7 miles, the track, 14 turns, no last season winners. We didn't race there. Available tires, all compounds are available, maybe also needed, not sure. Could rain, we don't know, but as long as it's not declared a wet stint, we have the racing soft tires mandatory for this one today. Weather, that's like our forecast for today, so there could be some light rain on the first 2 stints, so the first 3 to 4 hours, maybe a little bit of light rain. Then towards the end of the 8 hours it will stay cloudy, but no rain. That's guaranteed with the settings. So having a look at the current championship standings, on the right hand side you see our championship standings with Esports Race Asylum leading and Sector 7 Racing Esports in P2, and then a close bunch of teams from P3 down to P, I guess 8, maybe also 9, 10 with outside chances. Who knows? It's still 3 rounds, including this one, to go. And yeah, on the left hand side you see the results for the 8 hours of the clan. But I'm pretty sure you all know what's at stake for your team or the team you are rooting for. The calendar, just bring it up for now. So see the bottom third now, 8 hours of Fuji this weekend. Then in October we have the 12 hours of Petit Le Mans and Road Atlanta, and in November we have the season finale Spa 24 hours. So big points still to grab, especially for those longer races for all of our drivers. So yesterday, a great qualifying session, very intense, very close, and last minute racing once again with the pole position. Maddie put the car, the front row, on pole. Antonio for Sector 7 Racing Esports nearly got him, but the 2 French drivers put their cars on the front row. And you have Jake for Project 1 Racing, did a great qualifying Evo as well for the Esports Race Asylum. GTR, the 44 car, the championship leaders on that second row. On the third row we have Jakey for the brand new number 3 Porsche car now. And we'd see the Aston Martin for the Sector 7 Boomers. And we are getting closer to the actual race start, a formation lap, so I will prepare my overlays. Bear with me for a second. Look at that. Here we go. Do that, do that. And then we go through the grid on that formation lap again when we are on the way. So we are ready. Yes, sir. Let's hope to get a good start. During the practice, at least, it was a bit moist. Oh, maybe with the interesting race start for this one. Oh. Here we go. It's starting, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle up, fasten your seatbelts. Or grab some popcorn and a cold one, whatever you fancy. And here we go. We see like windshield wipers are moving. For some of the drivers. It's raining for the start, so as always we have like that formation lap. Ooh, I see some spicy things in here with the drivers. A couple of the drivers are on the intermediates. Some of the drivers are using the racing softs. Oh. For those first couple of laps, they might be very, very spicy indeed. So we have Maddie in the lead on the racing softs. Then we have a whole bunch of drivers on the intermediates. Bombardier for Sector 7 Racing, Jake for Push Racing also on the intermediates, Evo on the inters, Jakey, number 3 car on the inters, Turbo for the Boomers, also intermediates. We have TS Pep or Papst for the Loose Moose Racing, Aston Martin on intermediates. Someone got very happy. Then we have Racing Softs for Raisku, JS19 on the intermediates. Raisku for the GT Finland racers. On Racing Softs, Ridwan on the intermediates for the Mikuga, Sector 7. And intermediates for Lemons for AHR in that BMW. Racing Softs it is for Gomez ORT back with the Lexus. Their second car swap of the season. And Matti for Project Platypus also using the Racing Soft tires. So I can't tell you what is the better choice here. It's just roughly at that first bar, and we should be slowly. Oh, it's a wet stint, so mandatory tires. It's off. Can use whatever you want. Declared as a wet stint, and we should get ready for the double file formation now. Wet stint. Here we go. So. And then let's wait for the grid to bunch up. And the 8 hours of Fuji are starting now. Oh, here we go. No. Yes. No. I don't know. I was a bit too early with my timer. Let's go. It's green now. Here we go, Maddie with the start. I was a bit too excited, maybe. But we see, like, going defensive early on. Maddie on the softs. Bombardier on the intermediates. Also, Jake on the inside. Deep into the first turn for Maddie. Cold tires. Oh, tricky conditions, of course, for the racing softs now. Question is, how long will those conditions last? Will it dry up? But that was a scary moment for the 45. In the mid-pack, we have the intermediate tire runners. And again, late braking. More grip for some of the drivers compared to the others. Bit shaky. It's slidey, slippy everywhere into the Dunlop for the first time. Oh, I close my eyes and hope we don't see bowling maneuvers. It looks like kind of okay. I think Matti on his softs. Oh, got out of shape. Struggling foregrip on those opening laps. The rain looks to be increasing a little bit now. So the soft tire runners, Gomez for ORT in P13, Matti in P12. And we have the intermediates, Ridwan, the 64, Lemons in the 69. JS19 alongside with Raisku, who is on the softs. So GTR, a good grip. Pops in the 35, a little gap to Bombardier Turbo, the Sector 7 racing drivers. Maddie on his softs in P4. Will he get the breaking point for turn 1 this time? Yes, he does. So I think the grip levels are manageable now. 2 seconds the gap to the leaders. Shaky in the number 3 Porsche, in P3 Evo, in the 44 Esports Race Asylum, Nissan P2, and Jake for Project 1 Racing in the 20 Aston Martin leading the pack. So the top 4 with a little bit of a gap already. It's still raining, not much, but the track isn't getting a trial. Maddie with a move on the inside of Jakey. Oh, he feels the confidence now. Go for the first replay. Fair play, Jakey didn't fight that too much. Well, let's get Jake's perspective. A 10th, a good run out of the final turn. A track very much wet here on that straight above that first marker on the wetness indicator. So it is intermediates, I reckon, but for how long? For how long? That will be the question. Maddie keeps that P2. It's raining more and more now. This is the dangerous part for the slick tire runners now. It's hard to control, and instantly you see the gap opening up between Jakey and Maddie. Oh, this is a heavy part of that downpour. And yeah, Maddie losing now the positions. Already 2-3 seconds maybe. Oh, has to be very, very careful. The Turbo closing that gap. And getting that move done before the Dunlop chicane, I reckon. Inside line Maddie. Will he get it stopped down to P6? It is Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. Right behind, no room to go for a move in here. Side slide. Oh, well played. Held that. Nearly lost the car. We see the Porsche for the 77. And yeah, Maddie is struggling on those softs now. Intermediates. Clear advantage at this moment. 3 wide situations. Maddie in a sandwich. Porsche on the inside, and it was Lemons, the BMW on the outside, gets the cutback, more grip. Ridwan also makes that move, so the soft tire runners drop down to the bottom of the grid. Maddie P10, Raisku P11, Matti P12, and Gomez P13, the bottom 4, all on those racing softs. Rain has stopped now. Or has it? Some light drops maybe, but how fast will that track dry now? Top 3 with a nice little gap already within 2 seconds. The top 3, then roughly 3 seconds the gap to Bombardier in the number 5 next. Ooh, that was close. Turbo another 3 seconds. The gap in P5 TS Pat in the 35 machine, 2.5. JS19 for the also brand new 77 Race Asylum Porsche. So they also did their second car swap of the season, which results in a point deduction. The Porsche seems to be a very good car here at Fuji in mixed conditions. Ridwan in the 64 for Mikugar, 7 Sector Racing, P8. Lemons at a moment dropped down to P11, and it looks like now grip levels will improve. It's already 20 seconds for Maddie to P1. And we see the first drivers heading into the pits, so just doing 4 laps of racing. And I can already spot some tire wear on those intermediates. So we might see then the next pit stops happening very soon, probably by the end of that lap. Yeah, finalized. Maybe that's okay. Where's Maddie? 20 seconds. Not sure how long a pit stop for a tire change is. I reckon just above 20 seconds. Oh, just under 20 seconds here. Okay, interesting. So maybe the safe strategy is start on intermediates and then pit at least for the top runners. Ooh, Jakey with a massive moment. Nearly lost the car on the curb. So will we see the pit stops now? Or play it safe for even one more? He's heading towards the inside right hand side. Is it just... Yeah, oh, that might be a pit entry cut. It was close at least, so the white lines. The pit lane line cutting penalty is enabled. We'll see about that. JS19 for the 77 stays out. Will get a lead lap under his belt. Where is Maddie and Jake coming out of it? And Maddie just got him, so it's, I reckon, 22 seconds with a pit stop with tire change. Not sure if they put in some fuel. No, I don't think so. So yeah, just over 20 seconds that pit loss. Maddie survived the tricky part. And I think the only driver on intermediates is JS19 for the 77 crew. Now 6 seconds. Pretty sure he will be pitting this lap as well. So the 45, last minute racing, GTR leading, roughly 2 seconds the gap then to Project 1 racing, the number 20 Aston Martin. 3 seconds for Evo. He cut too much on the pit entry. That is annoying for Evo. Jakey will get that position in the number 3 Porsche. Matti also survived for Project Platypus up to P6, then starting from the back of the grid, Bombardier. For the number 5 car in P7, Raisku in P8, running with a little bit of rear damage. And here we go, the leader is in, lost another 3 seconds, maybe. And Evo, that 3-second penalty cost him dearly. He might be losing that position to Bombardier as well. The 2 championship rivals, the 44 versus the 5 car, into turn number 1. Still a bit wet, the curbs and off the racing line, so Evo placed his car on the inside and keeps that position. For now, where is ORT? Also, they started on the softs. P8 it is currently. And the 77 dropped down to P10. Now on the racing softs as well. So everyone now is on the racing softs, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Oh, then let's sort the grid and have a look after those very turbulent first couple of laps with that rain. So we can clearly see now that dry racing line and the 45 last minute racing GTR trying to check out 1.3 1.4 roughly. The Aston Martin with some good top end and some slipstream, not making it easy for Maddie. 1.2 that gap, then shaky 4 seconds. P3 for Grid Live Racing, and we have a nice little battle group. Matti for Project Platypus, Evo for the Esports Race Asylum, and Bombardier in the Sector 7 Racing Esports. Let's get on board and stay with them for a little while. Track now in a good shape, I think. Kind of wide racing line, a little bit wet off the racing line, but I think this is very much manageable. Let's see. Yes, the curbs a bit slippy, but nothing major. So pretty sure now it's maximum attack in those conditions. Ooh, that was close. Also a bit laggy connection for Evo, at least from my spectate view. So Matti in that BMW and the Lexus versus the Nissan. Evo defending the inside line. Will he get it stopped? The apex. He does. And this is heating up. That fight for P4. BMW, a Nissan, and a Lexus. Fighting for P4. 4 seconds, that gap. To P3 currently 5 seconds, and to the next GTR, the 66 car, with some light damage on the rear. And the number 1 car in P8 closing that gap to the 66. And also the 764 Aston Martin, not too far behind the overall scheme. Little gap then to the 77 Porsche in P10. The 64 Mikuga AMG in 11th. Oh, the 35 car dropped a few positions down to P12 it is. 6.5 seconds, and Lemons trying to get back into the race. Ooh, nearly lost the car again. Maddie now has opened up the gap. He is outside of that slipstream range. 38.2. 0.4 for Jake, so he's trying to keep up with the 45 car. Jakey then. P3, no immediate pressure. Oh, Matti lost the position, 2 positions indeed, to Evo and Bombardier. So the 44 now in P4. But the 3 cars still very, very close. So looking at the sky, so still very much foggy, cloudy. Well, we might still see some more rain throughout this one, so this is our forecast. So for the first 2 stints, light rain is possible with the settings, so it can happen anytime, or it can just stay dry. That is like the beauty for us spectating, and probably the cruelty for the drivers, the uncertainty. Whoa, a big slide for the number 5 Lexus. See also that the 66 car lost some spots, now down to P9. There's the Martin and the Lexus both got that move on that hampered Nissan. Can Raisku stay in that slipstream? That would help him definitely. JS19 for the Race Asylum 77 is catching. He wants to join this group, and also Ridwan not too far behind. A half-second penalty, a little bit too wide somewhere, so he might lose that slipstream again. Two 0.2 seconds, so slowly opening up on that gap. We saw yesterday in the qualifying and Super Pole session that Jake in that Aston Martin for Project 1 Racing had some serious pace and wasn't too far off Maddie and Antonio's lap times. Probably the Aston Martin with the adjustable downforce at Fuji. A very, very fast car. Not taking anything away from Jake as a driver, of course. But very solid opening laps for the Project 1 racing team. The new green machine. It is not the sexy Lexi anymore, but it's a gorgeous looking Porsche 911 now for Grid Life Racing. So first round for them since the car swap. P3. Yeah, not a shabby start, I reckon. Evo is pushing. 44 car chipping away a couple of tenths, and 2 P3, and yeah, the gap towards Bombardier and the number 5 crew is going up 1.6. Matti as well struggling to keep up at this stage with Evo and the Bombardier. In P7, last year's champions Overboost Racing team back in the Lexus, as I mentioned. So they started in the BMW, switched to the Viper and then abandoned the Viper again after not being the best car at Watkins Glen. We could clearly see that. I mean, they maximized, I think, the result at Le Mans in the Viper, and now they decided it's time to go back to the championship winning Lexus RCF from the 2024 season. Of course, that means some points lost in the overall championships. I hope they get more joy driving in that car again. Running in the mid-pack now, well inside the top 10. Another Aston Martin in P8 with the Sector 7 Boomers. Keeping turbo honest. Whereas the 66 dropped 2 more positions, so maybe that damage on the rear is slowing down that Nissan a bit too much. A good progress as well for the 77. Just 3 seconds, so we'll see if they can close the gap to ORT and the Boomers. Loose Moose racing with the third Aston Martin on the grid. Looks like TSPAP is getting into the rhythm now. 11th also solid 39s in the BMW, running in P13 currently. Where was the closest? Probably between P7 and P8 currently. Hello, Anatomy! Welcome to the stream. Guess it's a long time no see. But yeah, hope we all get an exciting 8 hours here. The first 15 minutes were crazy. Now it's settling down a little bit, the race. But, and there's a big but, rain can change everything. If there is some rain, of course. But it's a possibility that we see more rain, of course, with the forecast. But for now, it is dry, and the drivers are all running on those racing soft tires. 45 last minute racing Nissan leading 3.1 seconds the gap to Project 1 racing in P2. Shaky 8 seconds now that gap with 4 Grid Live racing. Evo in the 44 for our championship leaders. The Esports Race Asylum, GTR, P4, P2 in the overall standings. It's the number 5 Lexus for Sector 7 Racing Esports. Project Platypus in that BMW with Matti. And we had a moment! Gomez with a massive one. front and rear damage. So what happened to the Lexus? We had a nice little gap. Did he touch the Astro? Oh yeah, so easy to do. And then boom, boom. The suspension on the rear, front and rear damage on that number 1 Lexus RCF, down to P12 now. I'm pretty sure they need to come into the pits and repair that damage. So it was a promising race start, also a bold move to start on the racing softs in wet conditions, and then surviving those first couple of laps just to get your car then being basically destroyed with that damage. At least it's not engine damage, but it's very heavy damage on that Lexus. So in, and we'll drop down to P13 with that lemons for AHR up to P12. The 35 is slowly catching the 66 car as well. 66 still running with that damage on the rear. Not able to get into the 39s at this stage. The AMG, the only AMG on the grid for Sector 7 Racing Mikuga. 2.3 to JS19 for the Race Asylum 77 Porsche. The 77 is pushing, wants to get into the slipstream range of the Boomer Mobile, the 764 Aston Martin 2.3 currently, and a bigger gap to Muddy for Project Platypus. And I'm seeing the tire wear now kicking in. Front left tire looks to be the issue for most of them. Evo and Shaky roughly at the same speed, same lap times, so the gap not really changing between the two drivers in P3 and P4. Jake still holding on to that P2, and Maddie 3.4 now. Let's run on board with our race leader and get a guide around the Fuji racetrack. It looks so easy. It's another 38 for Maddie, 38 as well for Jake in P2. Oh, headlights are still on. So. But I feel like it's clearing up a little bit. Shaky also. 38s all the way. Oh, 39 last time round for Evo. But apart from that, 38s. Let's have a look at Bombardier's laps. Low to mid 39, so that's 39.9. Bit of an outlier, probably. Last lap. But he 39s all the way, consistency. But struggling a little bit with that tire wear, so out of the top 6 drivers, BMW definitely with the worst wear on that front left. It's still okay to drive, I think, but maybe we need to monitor this a bit more. Oh, Turbo with 39s as well, and JS19. Gained 2-3 tenths over the last 2-3 laps. He's getting closer to the 1.5 second, aka the slipstream range. Ridwan in the 64, 39s as well. 1 minute 40s then for the Loose Moose Racing 35 Aston Martin with the TS map. Lemons out at 41, a bit of an outlier. Apart from that, 39s for the Australian driver for the Apex Hunter Racing team. And Raisku in the 66. They pitted now, repaired that damage. And the Overboost Racing team as well running without any damage. 2.5 seconds the gap to the 66 car. So a little bit spread out now at this stage of the race. We shouldn't be that far away from the first sequence of the scheduled pit stops. Shake 3 seconds. Is able to go the same pace as Maddie now. And the gap to P3 is going up. 11 seconds at this stage. Top 2. Yeah, roughly half a second a lap quicker. Number 5 now also getting towards the not enjoyable part of the tire wear, that front left. And the 11, not sure how long those softs will last for them. Maybe 2 more laps. I don't know. Between P7 and P8. Gap has gone up again. 2.5. It was down to 1.7, 1.8. Already. The AMG, must admit, very good with the tires. Might become an advantage later on in this race for that car. Bigger gaps between the drivers at the back of the grid. 11 seconds, 12 seconds. Just 2, so this might be one of the closest gaps currently. 66 versus the number 1, both with the damage and a pit stop to fix that. Keep an eye on that. Let's go back to the front where the gap is coming down. Look at that. Under 3 seconds now. That blue and black Aston Martin is flying currently. And Matti in to the pits, so the tires, or that front left, pretty much that same strategy for the 77. The tires look a bit better. And the 35 as well. So looking for a 2-stop. Soft, by the looks of it. 23, 24 laps maybe. What you are looking at. Those first couple of laps where we had wet conditions did help those drivers who started on the softs with that wear, of course. Exactly, Ray. It's not just the car. It's also you need to have the drivers to use the speed of the car. And roses in the house. Good days, sir. The number 5 also in now. So it's pit stop time now for our drivers. Will some drivers extend that first stint to probably have better tires towards the end of that one? That uncertainty with the weather also might play a role for the strategy. Looking at the lap time, so not as consistent anymore, so hovering between 38s and low 39s, and this looks to be like a pit stop. Going towards the right hand side, and the leader is in. The 20 stays out, going for one more, at least one more. So what about P3 and P4? Staying out, staying out. The 45. Not too far behind the 44 car after that pit stop. The Boomer mobile pitting now as well. The sister car, the 64 Mikuga Sector 7 Racing, entry up to P5, and the number 5 car also Sector 7 Racing, the esports team. They get a free pass. Fresh soft tires it is. Oh, Matti on fresh softs for Project Platypus. And Turbo versus JS19. That was a fight we were expecting to happen at some point. The 77 was catching, and the undercut might have helped the Porsche to get into that close range now, less than a second. Shake stayed out for another. Not sure where is Evo pitting now as well as Jakey. So we have Maddie up to P2 for the 45 and proper sector for the last minute racing GTR. How long will the number 20 Aston Martin stay out on those soft tires? "17 seconds, so losing some time now." This might be the in-lap. We had like 3 seconds before the pit stop. And yeah, heading towards the right hand side. Again, close with those white lines on the pit entry. Let's see. The 45 retaking the lead. And by quite some margin. So everything was okay. Gained 1.5 seconds roughly with that earlier pit stop. P3, it's the number 3, and in P4 it's the D44, so that stayed the same. Number 5 in P5 as well with an earlier pit stop. Gap did come down a little bit. The 64 still running on those softs since the, I think, lap 4. I think they started on the intermediates, then went on to the softs. 11 Project Platypus BMW in P7 will get that free pass when Ridwan is pitting. Pretty sure this will happen soon. Aston Martin versus Porsche. Interesting battle brewing. The Porsche was closer already, 1.3. So Turbo with a good first flying lap after the pit stop, trying to sneak out of that slipstream range. Those twisty bits in that final sector should be advantage for the Porsche. As a second now, but he might not have the legs to challenge the Aston Martin on that long straight. Yeah. Stays roughly the same. And looks like this could get interesting between the 35, the 66 and the number 1. Gaps are fairly close, 2 seconds, 1.8 seconds. Aston Martin, Nissan and Lexus, the 3 brands looking to fight for that P10 spot. And 13th currently, it's the 69. BMW for AHR. Shake with a new fastest lap of the race, 37.882. It was a bit quicker than Maddie's 37.965. So 2 drivers with that sub 38. So we're getting closer to the qualifying times. Just 2 seconds now between Jakey and Evo. Street Life Racing number 3 versus Esports Race Asylum number 44. Evo with a good stint since the pit stop. Closed that gap to Jakey and hoping to get into that slipstream range. 1.6 now. solid exit for Jakey, so you should keep that gap roughly. I think both cars with a similar top end, the Porsche and the Nissan. A very good lap for the number 5 Bombardier. 38.2. The 64 still running on very worn soft tires. Looks like they're going for an alternative strategy. This is still close, but not close enough to see actual wheel-to-wheel battle between the 764 and the 77. 1.6, 1.5, 1.7, something like that, depending on the actual corner or sector of the track. So the Porsche might be able then to gain 2-3 tenths through those twisty bits, and then might grab a little bit of slipstream. That's right, it's 1.5 now. Good couple of corners for the Aston Martin though, and it's 1.6-ish. I think it's just fine, and to stay outside of the slipstream range. And yep, Porsche not really gaining now a little bit, but over the course of that straight, nothing gained for the 77. This looked like a bit of a possibility for a battle for P10. It's 3.7 seconds now between the 35 and the 66, while the number 1 Lexus is slowly catching the 66 again. Just lurking and hoping to get into that very important slipstream range to maybe get a move. Lexus with the setup should have the advantage on the top speed, I guess. That was wide. Not ideal. Under 1.5 now. And the 64 is in now for service. Tires are pretty much shot. So what will they do? Refuel and mediums maybe. Yeah, it's mediums, so I guess it's they don't want to see rain and for a stint, so hoping to get those mediums and toward it's the end of a driver stint number 1. roughly still 4 seconds between P1 and P2. Jake definitely a candidate for the driver of stint number 1 so far. Improving that fastest lap of the race, and look at that consistency. 37.8, 37.8, 37.9, 37.8, 37.8. Can Maddie reply with a fastest lap of the race, of the stint, of the race? It's the race, still the first stint, but he definitely feels the pressure from behind. 3.5, and Jake is gaining again 2/3 maybe on that lap. See, maybe another 38 incoming for Maddie. 38.0, and Jake with a 37.7. That man is on a mission today. Also, Jakey and Evo 1.6, 1.7. I think as soon as Evo gets into that slipstream range, could see a change of position in between those two drivers. A good exit out of first turn. Traction of that Porsche is insane. Now through the Coca-Cola, that is Nissan GTR territory. The downforce in this car is also crazy, and helping them to carry more speed. And then again, we have an acceleration zone. It's up and down, back and forth, the gap between those two, and over the course of a lap, it's pretty similar. Evo trying everything to get into that slipstream range. 1.5, bit of a wiggle coming out of the final turn. Dust, usually a sign that you're a bit off track and couldn't carry the speed. It's 1.7 again, so pretty much the same lap time. P5 for Sector 7 Racing Esports. Bombardier 5.6 seconds. Cannot go quite the pace currently. Matti with 39s, 10 seconds. Another 10 to the Sector 7 Boomer car with turbo. The 77 also cannot get into that slipstream range. Would be so important, I think, for the 77 to get a little bit of help. And the 35, after that pit stop for the 64, moved up into P9 with a personal best last time around, a low 39 for TS Web. The number 1 car got past the D66 Nissan. P10 for Overboost Racing Team and the GT Finland Racers. in P11. In P12 we have the AMG for the 64 entry, the only car on the racing medium tire compound. And the 69 in P13. Second BMW on the grid. A bit more pace on those softs compared to the 64 in front. The gap between Maddie and Jake, 3 seconds. At the moment, Jake is the fastest driver on the track. .6, 2.7, another 37.7. So, what did Jake have for breakfast or lunch? Already 20 plus seconds to P3. That's nearly a free pit stop for the top two. Evo lost a little bit again. Let's quickly jump to Turbo and JS19, so it's a second now between the two. That's very close again. And we also get a view at the weather. Don't see really dark clouds, but like totally overcast. A bit too deep, I think, for JS19. Lost 2/3. They overshot the Dunlop chicane. We see on the left hand side Mount Fuji. .5. Again, that gap went up. Those are the bigger gaps now. 11 seconds between P9 and P10. This could be interesting. The 64 on the mediums in not too far behind. The 66, they are struggling with the tires. Early pit stop for the number 1 Lexus. I didn't see that coming, to be honest. That 69 BMW for Apex Hunter Racing. Getting closer to the 64, and it had a little moment coming out of turn 1 sideways. It's not the fastest way. The number 1 back with some fresh soft tires. Mighty undercut. Not sure if they can get to the end. We'll see. It's the end of lap 73 where we see the driver swaps. So 32 laps remaining. And just 2.5 seconds separating P1 and P2. Echo, good afternoon. How are you? It's still insane that the top two are gaining like half a second to a second per lap. So they have their free pit stop in hand now. For a brief moment it looked like Evo could bring that gap down to less than 1.5 seconds. And once again, the final couple of turns, Porsche land, it definitely. And the acceleration out of the final turn gives GTEC the advantage he needs for the long straight. The fight between Turbo and JS19 for P7. That little mistake we saw a couple of laps from the Race Asylum driver put him outside of that slipstream range again, so it's 2 seconds once again. And the medium tire runner, the 64, making some moves. Yeah, 66 front left is dead. Now wouldn't be surprised to see them now heading towards the right hand side and go for the next service. Ooh, staying out. Interesting. Oh, this is definitely now an option for Lemon's opportunity. Way better tire wear in that BMW. Struggling for grip out of the slower turns. Great setup. Ooh, nearly lost the car again. Just gonna say, if he had a better exit, this would be a great setup for the Dunlop chicane, but too far behind. Will this median lap for 66? Very wide entry, cuts it back to the apex, has to lift a little bit, gets the run. Oh, 66 staying out. Doesn't stand a chance, I think, on that long straight. BMW says hello. On the inside, better track position for turn number 1. And race crew is braking late. Oh, nice move for Lemons. Up into P11 now. 2.3 to the 64. 1.5. Jake caught the slipstream. Wow. Into the slipstream range for the 20. What a stint it is so far. We know that Aston Martin, a very quick car on that straight. He's pushing. We see lapped traffic for the leaders. But this could go either way. Slipstream for the 45 or under the air. The middle sector. See 1.2. Look at that gap coming down. That is insane. Down to 1.1, maybe a second. When we reach turn number 1. A little bit of a slidey exit. Kept the power down, kept the momentum up. Now we have the first blue flag situations then caught on camera at least. At 66. I think that could be crucial now for the lead. Less than a second. No slipstream for the 45. The 66 got out of the way. But it's 6, 7 tenths now coming out of the final turn, and we see that we don't see that much, so we go back to Jake's perspective. 6 tenths, 5 tenths. Great first sector. Half a second is could be the setup for the lead change by the end of the lap or turn 1 next lap. Oh, a bit too wide. Still there, the 6 tenths. Again, a little bit of a slide. Not close enough, I think. 6 tenths is good. Needs to be roughly within half a second to get a chance for a move into turn number 1. It's coming down, it's coming down. The straight is long. 4 tenths. Big gap to JK MP3, 26 seconds, so the front 2 are flying in this race. And looking at the track map. Some more traffic ahead for those two. Half a second. That could be the run for the 20. Project 1 racing Aston Martin now. 4.5 tenths. The tires still looking okay-ish for both drivers. Not the best exit for the 45. And this is the golden opportunity for the 20. Look at that speed. I think nothing Maddie can do now. Aston Martin says hello, side by side into turn 1 on the inside. They go side by side, Maddie. Still there, but what a move it was. Taking the lead. And for Project 1 Racing, how will he handle the pressure of being the lead car and also now facing the lap traffic blue flags? We see the 69 BMW just in front, and also the 64 AMG. The shake. Yeah, pedal to the metal. 6/10 that gap already. Eight-tenths, he's opening up that gap. Insane. Gets a little bit of a toe down that long straight. What's Maddie going to do? Trying to stay with Jake here. Probably a bit too early for the pit stop. Oh, a second. Nearly. We already see the blue flags. Not ideal now for all leaders. It's hard for the next couple of corners. Then dirty air. Oh, where was the 69? Well offline, well played. Lemons not interfering with that lead battle and not giving the front runners too much of a hard time with that dirty air. It's second. Next up will be the 64 car with blue flags. Ideally you want to get them on the straight, of course. How far is the AMG in front? Won't be happening on the straight. It's giving Jake some toe. 1.2. And both get past. Well played once again. So 1.2 that gap. Oh, both Jakey and Evo in for their second pit stop, and less than a second the gap between the two. Travers now. This time the number 5 goes for the overcut. Goes for one more lap on the racing soft tires. Yeah, into the final third of the first driver stint now. Looks like fuel advantage for the 44 as well, and Evo with the overtake in the pits. So gets past the number 3 Porsche, moves up a position and comes out right behind the Aston Martin. They haven't done their second pit stop. Evo with the fresh tires, hoping to get the move done early. The leaders are both in. Medi, a little bit of a fuel advantage. Maybe he will get the undercut during that pit stop. Now, keep an eye on that. Evo should have that position now into the Dunlop chicane. Shaky right behind. Oh, can he get around the Aston Martin? The inside line. We go to the leaders. There will be a thing next to each other coming out of the pit lane. A bit too excited. It's less than a second though. Jake keeping on the lead for Project 1 Racing. Maddie 1 second the gap in P2. Bombardier with another lap. Very low on fuel. Now Evo, it is net P3, P4 currently. Jakey in at number 3. P4 for Grid Life Racing. Turbo is in now, we saw that. We should see the BMW for Project Platypus moving up 1 spot. P6 or maybe 28 seconds. It could get close depending on how much fuel is going into that Aston Martin. Not quite there. So Matti then P6. The gap to Turbo, less than 5 seconds maybe? 5.5. Call it 6. Okay. The AMG 64, still the only car I see on the racing mediums. And we have the 77 car in P9. The 69 BMW for AHR. P10 currently, at a pit stop incoming very soon. The 35, they did their pit stop. Ooh, a little bit of a moment, but just the third official left the lobby, not one of the racers. Oof. Then in P12, it's the 66 and the number 1 Lexus for Obus Racing Team in P13 with some blue flags. I think this is Evo and Jakey. Less than a second separating those two currently, and have a look at the lead as well. The top 2 within a second. Maddie pushing the GTR has a purple sector. Not the best run though out of the Dunlop. Cannot keep up with that straight line speed in the Aston, unfortunately. But will be a fast lap, nevertheless. 38.1. We go back to the battle for P3. 44 versus D number 3. Seven-tenths, that will come down. It's blue flags. That is the number 1 Lexus. Good run for the number 3 Porsche. This is where the Nissan has an advantage, gaining 0.2 again. Roles reversed, so for majority of this stint, Jakey in the number 3 Porsche was the lead car in this fight for P3, and Ivo in the 44 machine just behind. Now the other way around. Do we even get to see a little bit of sun now towards the end of the stint, both with a bit of a wiggle coming out of that final turn? Not ideal. It's 8/10. Still less than a second separating the top 2. Jake leading, not really feeling the pressure, at least from what I can tell. Having Maddie right behind you, probably not the easiest thing in the world to handle. Seven, 8/10 still. Yep, just spotted last time round. Maddie with a 37.8, getting closer to that fastest lap. Getting a little bit of a toe now as well on that straight. .38.1. Ivo and Jakey, half a second, 6/10. And both with a similar exit. And P5, it is the number 5 Lexus for Sector 7 Racing Esports Bombardier, currently driving. Matti in P6. And that number 11 BMW Project Platypus started P13, P12 at the back at least, and up to P6. A good stint so far, Turbo in the Aston Martin for Sector 7 Racing Boomers. P7. Oh, the MT under pressure now. Oh, a bump draft. Didn't expect to see that. Can he get it stopped? No, he understeers a little bit into the first turn. Goes wide and through goes the 77. Have a look at the replay once again. Ridwan didn't defend the inside line. gets the better run out of the first turn. And up to P8 it is. The 35 in P10. 10-11 seconds that gap to P9. A bigger gap than to the 66. 26-27 seconds. Already 5 seconds. 2 lemons for AHR in the 69. Emer. And the number 1 Lexus for ORT currently P13, 14 seconds. That gap. So back to the racing action at the front. Take improved. What a lap. 37.5, yeah. I was just checking some Discord messages, sorry. But what a lap. Evo still keeping that P3 position. Jakey right behind though. Doesn't look like rain, to be really honest. So, by the looks of it, dry towards the end of driver stint number 1. .6 and a 0.8 for Jake. Those two drivers in this stint, unbelievable. The pace. Evo and Jakey, the pair running in P3 and P4. We don't want to forget the rest of the grid, of course. So we go once again through the grid. 15-16 seconds to gap to P5 for the number 5. Another 16 seconds to P6. P7 is the Boomer Mobile. After the overtake, the 77. Yeah, opening up the gap. And the 64 is still the only car using the medium tire compound. And the 35 car is bringing that gap down. Maybe there is a chance for TSBAP and the Loose Moose Racing crew to get up to P9. We see those bigger gaps between Rescue and Gomez. 66 at number 1. Laments currently P13. Not sure, he was, I think, a bit further up the order. I don't know, maybe blue flags or something happened. That is a bit of a slower lap, definitely. Maybe an off track somewhere. The That's 20 seconds maybe at least. He loses on that one. A spin for Lemons. Okay, that would explain it. So yeah, just under 2 minutes, I think, that lap. So yeah, big one. 20 seconds lost then for Lemons and Apex Hunter Racing. We're getting closer then towards the end of driver stint number 1. Still a second separating the top 2. As soon as it gets onto that long straight, it's just a huge advantage for the Aston Martin with the current setup. 1.3 that gap now, and the gap between Evo and JK P3 P4 also going up between the both of them. It's good news for the 44 car, of course. And also looking at the championship standings, their closest rivals, the number 5 is Sector 7 Racing Esports team, currently running in P5. And that's 16-17 seconds the gap to that car. That penalty will hurt JK. Definitely losing that slipstream range now. Back to the lead racing action a second. We see some cars on the track map in front. So lap traffic once again for our leaders very, very soon. So far, the lap cars really great awareness. At least what we could spot on during the broadcast so far for our race leaders. Fingers crossed it will stay the same for the rest of this race. That final turn is still tricky, and as soon as you get this little wiggle, you lose instantly 2-3 tenths. Shake now 1.1. The gap, and that is the 35. Soon we'll see the blue flags for those drivers. Yeah, JP in P6 it's the 11, the Project Platypus. Also rolled the dice for the race start, which was wet. Started on the racing softs and yeah, went up P5, P6 and stayed there for that stint so far. Good progress, and yeah, apart from the top two, no one is able then to go those crazy fast lap times, so that's why still a big gap than for the rest of the grid. So once again, the pass won't be happening on that long straight. Still 2-3 seconds, I think, between the 35 and our race leader. So still we have like a defined blue flag zones where the drivers should get off the racing line and let the approaching drivers get past. Yeah, that gap has gone up, so Jakey had to serve that track limit penalty, and now nearly 4 seconds that gap, unfortunately. And now here we go once again, lap traffic, and well played once again, but costs Jake maybe a bit more than Maddie. 7-8 tenths, so gap close now. Aggressive run out of the final turn. Oh, that being a bit closer should help the 45 to stay with the 20. Don't want to go away from the battle, but just get a quick run through the grid. So Evo in P3 in the 44, 3.7 seconds to Jakey for Grid Life Racing in P4. In P5, the number 5 Bombardier for Sector 7 Racing Esports, Matti, and P6 for Project Platypus, the 11 BMW Turbo. In the 764, Aston Martin for Sector 7 Racing Boomers. JS19 for the 77 Races out in Porsche in P8. Ridwan on those mediums in P9. We see blue flags, but the leaders are coming through. We saw the 35 got lapped the previous lap in P10. In P11 it's the 66 crew GT Finland racers in that Nissan GTR. Gomez for Overboost Racing Team back in the Lexus number 1 car in P12, and Lemons the 69 BMW for Apex Hunter Racing. Oh, less than half a second. Strong slipstream for the 45 and Maddie. Three, 4 tenths. And we see the blue flags again. That is the 64. Maddie is pushing now. Maybe trying to force Jake into a little mistake. Both very wide on the exit. But I think it was just fine with the track limits. There are also the track limits on this turn especially, like, will be reviewed by the stewards. Clear instructions, and for the drivers to not extend too much. Ready. So bear with me, I need to prepare the travel swap sequence now. You see the racing action, of course, on the grid, and going to do my work. It's really close still between the top two. The 64 got out of the way, and with just 7 laps to go in this stint, it is a nail biter again at the front of this race. As always, the Aston with such a good run out of the final turn, and that long straight making it tough for the 45 to catch. And let's welcome your next stint commentator in the party chat. Good afternoon, sir. How are we?
Good afternoon, Jaeger. All good. How about you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm having fun so far. A good time, as always. Yeah.
It's absolutely close.
At the top, definitely, yeah. Some bigger gaps than the rest of the grid, but still, like, it's endurance racing and it comes in waves, those battles, and maybe you also get a nice little moist race start or rain throughout that race.
I hope.
You hope. You're dancing already.
Yeah, I just came back from having family business.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, I'm just 5 minutes home right now, so.
I can post you an update, of course, if you want to know anything what happened for that race.
You can if
you
want to.
Yeah, we'll probably do like a little bit of a resume then before we do the travel swap. But yeah, in intense, crazy fast pace at the top of this grid, and that number 20 Aston Martin Project 1 Racing yesterday already in that qualifying session, they showed some serious pace, and oh boy, Jake, like what a stint. He could keep up with Maddie in the 45 last minute racing and then could pull off that overtake at some point. So that's basically the story of that race. Yeah, we had a wet start, and a couple of drivers decided to go on to the slick tires. Don't use the intermediates. Interesting strategies, of course. And they survived. That was the good news for them. But yeah, one of those races was definitely Maddie. Started on pole and on the slick tires. And the 20 started on intermediates. A little gap then after the first pit stop. But since then, it's an ultra close race between those two teams. For this one, we also had a nice little battle between the 44 and the number 3 car. The 3 car was leading that battle for most of the race. After that last pit stop, fuel consumption was the difference. So the 44 and the Nissan, a bit better on fuel, and they did the undercut during the pit stop. So that's why we see the 44 car looking dark again. Finalists, don't get my hopes up. No, I don't think we see any rain. That's the. But wouldn't mind it, to be honest.
I never would as well. It always shakes everything up, and yeah, it always gives us as commentators and viewers an extra excitement. And as you said as well during your stream, it's horrible for the drivers. When does it come, and how does it come, and how do I plan this? Yeah.
Yeah. That is so true, yeah.
Yeah, I listened a bit to your stream during the drive home.
Okay.
I've heard the last half hour I heard, or last 3/4 of an hour.
Nice one. So. Somehow, you see, I need to figure out how to do the driver swaps again.
It's quite a lap from PR1, Jake. That is ridiculous. 137.5. Because what was qualifying again?
Yeah, something like that.
It's beyond 37s. That's ridiculous. It's an absolute phenomenal job. And if he keeps up that pace, and I saw the qualifying yesterday as well, he was on fire for sure.
Yep.
But we know in stint 2, of course, for Sector 7, the number 5 car, Antonio was going to come. And we know he's quick as well.
Oh, Antonio's driving stint. Interesting.
I see him over here in stint of in lobby number 2.
What's going on? The Streamlabs is acting up.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, yeah.
Well, as we can see right now, still Mehdi within a second of Jake. And Jake's still in the lead for P1 on Project 1 Racing. And Mehdi is driving for 45. That is the last minute racing, okay. They're gonna score some good points if it keeps it up. If he keeps it up like this. That's definitely good. Of course, Evo in third still for Race Asylum Esports. Jakey behind that. If I'm correct, or is Evo in the black?
No, Evo is in the 44. That's the esports team, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. And then you've got... Jakey is driving the 77 Porsche, if I'm correct.
Jakey's in the number 3. No, the Grid Life Racing,
Grid Life,
so they,
of course. Yeah.
they changed here, so... Okay, so hopefully I get it sorted. My preview is not really working currently. So that's the issue.
As far as I know, I'm live and everything works. I can see all my volumes. Yeah.
So I have to do it basically blind now. Okay, what can go wrong? So lap 73, that is basically the in lap now for the drivers. So Jake's still leading. Then for Project 1 Racing. And Maddie and P2. Modified is very, very close. Still. Then we have a bigger gap, 39 seconds to Evo. And the 44 crew. So then we stay with our race leaders for those last couple of meters and turns. And then we can congratulate Jake and the Project 1 Racing crew. A fantastic stint. P1 and the 45 crew last minute racing in P2 heading into pit lane. And there you go. So let's see if we can get that transition on. Yeah, now it works. Yay!
Nice.
Yay!
Yay! Well, Project 1 Racing is already refueling and going out on soft tires. There they go. Now let's quickly switch to Sector 7 Racing, the number 5 car. Is...
Evo's in, Jakey is coming in as well.
They were only a second apart, weren't they?
Yeah, it's also still very close.
Oh, sorry, the 45, of course.
Yeah, the 45, yeah. So
Yeah,
Evo
sorry
and Jakey, this is like 8 seconds or whatever the gap. So the number 5 is in. Next car then on the track, the number 11, Project Platypus BMW with Muddy heading into pit and cutting that entry. Also a bit of a loophole, I reckon. So Turbo is in and the 77 now as well. So we go full screen then within the next 20 seconds, I think. Oh, it's a race into pit lane. The 35 and the 64 both in, so the top 10 are in. So let's go to the transition thingy.
Yeah. Thank you, Jaeger. Thank you, Jaeger. And yeah, welcome. You gotta do it with me for the upcoming 2 hours. Hopefully you're gonna enjoy it. I think you will, but yeah, let's run you through the order quickly. And we see it's dry right now. We know, of course, it can rain. Even a little bit more chance of rain in this stint compared to the previous one. Now we've got Project 1 Racing in the lead with Italia 45897 behind the wheel from Britain. Now we've got River Ruckus only 2.7 seconds behind. Both driving the soft tires right now out of the pit immediately. And the gap grew a little bit to 3 seconds. And 43 seconds behind that, we have the 44 of Race Asylum with Adriano behind the wheel right now. And that's quite a definite third spot at the moment, because they're 7.5 seconds in front of Grid Life in the Porsche right now, of course, the number 3 car. With King Ears behind the wheel. And then behind that, we've seen the Sector 7 number 5 car, and they are 18.7 seconds behind, but we know Antonio is one of the quick guys, the really quick guys. So yeah, that's going to be entertaining to watch him and see what they can produce, especially on the soft tires, of course. Behind that, 16.8 seconds, that full Tobias for Project Platypus, the BMW in number 11. And behind that, we have Witsy behind the wheel of the Sector 7, what was it again, the 764 car? Yes, it is, in the Aston Martin. Setting purple lap times, that's easy done, because it's the only second, it's the second lap. And then we've got ATB 614 in the Porsche of Race Asylum Black, the 77 car. Behind that, we have... is that GT Finland races? No. Sector 7 Racing in the 64. They've changed to the AMG. And behind that we can see Shadow Chef behind the wheel of the Aston Martin of Moose Loose Racing. They're really close together. That fight for 9th is on. Whoa, Shadow nearly a little bit too wide. And we can see that Thip is in the chat as well. Welcome, welcome, welcome all. And here we've got the GTR of Finland Racing, the 66, with Kukis behind the wheel, a really quick guy as well. And then we've got Asorean Didi in the number 1 ORT Lexus. And he's been lapped just a second ago by the number 5 of Sector 7 Racing, and all the way at the back with a 5.1 gap towards number 12. It's going to be the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing. So let's get back to the battle up front, and we can see that Italia's quite a bit quicker in the first couple of laps, because the gap grew nearly 3 seconds. Oh, Italia nearly losing it coming out of turn number 3. And I believe that's the beginning of Coca-Cola corner. Yeah, that's Coca-Cola corner. Coming out of the 100R, out of the hairpin into 300R over here on the back straight, but what isn't the straight, into the Dunlop chicane. It's actually called Dunlop corner, but we call it Dunlop chicane because it's a chicane. And the gap slowly growing between River Ruckus and Italia 458, so the 45 and the number 20 car. A little bit further back we can see a battle growing. No, that's the number 11 still in between, of right behind the number 5 car in 5th right now. So there we are, a little bit further back, Osorian. Let's see if we go back to 6th place. There might be a fight between the Sector 7 764 car and the number 11 from Project Platypus. Let's see a little bit further back because we had that fight for 9th place. Here he comes. We've got Shadow Chef. We know that Aston Martin is quick in a straight line, but they're both driving the Aston Martin. Oh, sorry. They're driving the AMG with Sector 7, the 64 car. Here we go, let's get on board with him. Oh, he goes a little bit wide, the AMG. Is that immediately the moment to make that overtake into the hairpin over here? No, it's not for Shadow Chef. He tries it. But whoa, nearly loses the back. Coming out of the hairpin into 300R. Immediately in the slipstream, lost a little bit of a momentum coming out of that tight, difficult hairpin. And into the Dunlop chicane, we can see that Shadow Chef, 35 car, has a bit of more momentum at the moment. We can see that fuel levels and tires are the same, so it's a straight fight for 9th place. And let's see anything else. No, there is nobody else really close together, so we're coming out of Net's corner, corner number 15 into the last corner, Panasonic onto the main street. And let's see who has the best exit over here. What dairy exit from Shadow Chef. And let's see if he's going to be close enough. Let's get on cockpit view with him. Here we go. And is the Aston Martin going to be quicker in a straight line than the AMG? Will this be a move? Will this be an overtake into corner number 1? Here he comes to the inside. He thinks about it. There he is. And does he outbrake himself? Yes, he does massively. Holy shit, balls of fire. That was a little bit too much, a little bit too deep. We saw it with the movement of the car. He didn't know what to do. Did FGR Kaz scared him a bit in the 64 car. Let's have a little look in the replay. Here we are, and here comes Shadow Chef just from behind, out of the slipstream. Oh, he got a bit spooked, and I think he outbraked himself by one of the markers on the outside. And I was 1.5 seconds behind. That could have been better. Yeah, and the gap is slowly growing between the number 20 and the number 45 car. Bit of a ruckus. Is he saving a lot of fuel? That's a good question. Well, you can see he's saving a bit, but not massively compared to Project 1 Racing. Now let's look a little bit further behind. And a little bit further behind as well. A little bit further behind as well. There we have Antonio. Of course, with the quickest lap right now, a 1:38.1. But we know that can be done quicker. So let's see if he can get into the 37s. He's on a soft stint at the moment. And a little bit further back, we have Witsy over here. And where are the battles? I believe over here. Between 8, 9th, and 10th. Oh, a little bit wide over there for the 64. Gotta be careful. You can get punished for that. And you can see the field is quite spread out. Nearly evenly spread out. Beside a couple of drivers. Now, as far as I believe, we can see that the 64 is a bit quicker than the 77 of Race Asylum Black. So he is gaining, and so does the 35 of Loose Moose Racing. Losing a bit of time right now. Not in the slipstream anymore, of course. So yeah. Oh, within the slipstream already after 64. Both on soft tires, the Porsche and the AMG. Let me quickly
quickly double check my volume. Yeah, all good, I believe. Gotta do something quickly. Excuse me for that. And we can see that the 64 of Sector 7 Racing is right on the tail of the 77 and the 77. No, that is a huge crash over there. The 77 went way too wide over there. Coming out of Coca-Cola corner. Spun it and it's been touched on the rear by the 64 backwards where they are right now. Is there any damage? No damage, but oh, yo, 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 yo. No, losing 2 spots and a yeep load of time. Oh, yo, 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 yo. That's not good, not good, not good at all. Let's see that again. Here we go. Let's get a board coming out of the first corner. Here we are. And the 64 is right in the slipstream of the 77 towards Coca-Cola corner. They go a little bit wide over here. And the 64 seizes the opportunity. A little bit of a touch and then a touch to the rear fender, the left rear fender. And they're going backwards. Luckily, they do not fully spin out and keep it backwards, but oh, that's a lot of time lost for the 77 over there. That's going to be a questionable one, if that's going to be a penalty or not, or yeah, a bit of a difficult one for me. What do you think, chat? Tell me, what do you think? Okay, let's get back to the number 9 and the number 8 and in the race then. Yeah, the gap is slowly growing. We can see that the 64 did get a good momentum after that fight with the 35 of Loose Moose Racing. Now 2.3 seconds ahead. Unfortunately, the 77 dropped back to 10th instead of 8th. Without a real fight, just a bit of contact. Let's get all the way up front again. Let's see. Wow, nearly 10 seconds in the lead for Italia from Project 1 Racing. If they keep this up, whoa, that's going to be a good one for them. Don't forget, it's still hazy out there. Ooh, we saw the Project Platypus car number 11 go a little bit wide coming out of the last corner. Oh, sorry. Where are they? 7th they are. As you see, half a second penalty. I saw that correctly. A little bit too wide out of the last corner. If you don't stay with 2 wheels on the curbstone, definitely a half second penalty. If you keep your foot in and you go way too wide, for sure a full second penalty. But let's go back to the number 1, more than 10 seconds in the lead. And we can see that it's slowly clearing up in between the hazy, foggy weather. I think the sun is poking through. Let's see the number 2. Are they saving a lot of fuel or not? They're saving quite some fuel, but not enough, I think, to make a huge difference, to gain another 10 seconds. And let's get back to the 30. The Race Asylum 44 with Adriano. 35 seconds behind the number 2 in the race. And let's get a little bit further back with Grid Life, the number 3. 13.7 seconds behind. And then Antonio, still not in the 37s, but getting close, really close. 2 laps really close together, only 3 thousandths apart. In the Sector 7, number 5, Lexus. Let's see. With a really good 6th place right now. So Sector 7 is doing a good job at the moment. A little bit further back, we saw that penalty, of course, for Project Platypus, and that's not going to help them by staying in front of the 64 of Sector 7. And we can see that Shadow Chef has a half second penalty as well. Got it somewhere on the track. Whoa. Now definitely losing touch to the 64. Still in 9th place, could have been 8th, but made a bit of a mistake into the first corner by trying to overtake the 64 of Sector 7. And in 10th we have right now the 77 of Race Asylum Black. Unfortunate. Could have been a nice battle between the 64 and the 77. And 11th we have GT Finland Races, and I've seen this before, they've got quite some lag. Is that a bit of a problem? But man, don't know. And maybe it's just a GTR. Maybe it's not made for this track. As I can see, it's only 38.6, 0.7, 0.8, and then 39 even. And that's a bit too slow if you want to compete for at least the top 5 or the top 10. And we've got ORT with the number 1 car in 12th, and in 13th we have the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing. Let's see who's right behind each other. I believe it's... yeah, okay, back marker. We've got the 45 about to lap the number 11 from Platypus. And it would be wise to do it just in front of this corner. There they go, out of the way, a little bit of a lift, and then slot right back in. A thank you from River Ruckus. I've got a really nice livery, I think a special livery for Fuji. River, hey Curtis, welcome to the chat. Yeah, River is doing a good job, but I gotta say that they came out of the pit. That was after this lap. Whoa, huge wiggle coming out of the Dunlop chicane. Nearly losing the backhand over there. The gap was about 1.5 seconds coming out of the pit. And right now it's 13 seconds. And that is I hope it's strategy, but I don't think so. So yeah, the gap grew quite a bit. Now we know Italia's quick, really quick. And let's see Evo. What question is that, Evo? But Zach, who was that in the championship? Yeah, good question. What are you gonna do about it, eh? So let's see, let's get to 3rd place. Adriano setting reasonable lap times in the GTR. But you can see that, is it the GTR or is it? It's all 39s from River Ruckus. But if you look at Italia, all 38s, mid to high. All 39. Whoa, a little bit wide over there from Project Platypus. The number 11 car, is that going to be a penalty? That was close. Yeah, we know the track limits out of the hairpin, they call it. And I think that's corner number 6 and 7 are questionable on this track. And you can exploit them, but you got to be careful with dirty tires after that. But Tobias holding up quite good with River Ruckus. Now let's see, we were to place 4 and 39 so far here. 39 low, some 40s. A little bit further back, there we have Antonio. Wow, what a lap time. Let's take a look at that on the right hand of your screen. It started out at lap number 5 with a 38.3, then a 0.1, then a 0.2, then a 0.1, then a 0.0, then a 0.0, then a 0.3, then a 0.1, then a 0.2. he's definitely reeling in King Ears in the Grid Life number 3 car. It's only 3.5 seconds, so we got to keep our eye on that. Now let's see a little bit further back. Whitsey all on his own in the 764 car of Sector 7. And that for Tobias right behind the number 2 right now, a lap down in the number 11 Project Platypus BMW M6. And here we've got the 64 in 8th. Let's see those lap times. And then we can see Shadow Shaft slowly closing again in the 35 for Loose Moose Racing. And then we have the 77 of the Race Asylum Black. Falling back quite a bit. And the pace is quite good from Cookers. That's good. And the pace of Zorean Didi, really good as well. All 39s, 39 lowish, half. And then the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing, all 40s, mid 40s, and has just been lapped I think a second time by the number 1 in the race. But let's get back to the number 5 of Sector 7 Racing with Antonio behind the wheel. And we know he's quick, really quick, one of the aliens in this 8-hour race. And he's catching up quick towards the number 3 of Grid Life. Incognito, welcome to the chat. And I think that's Polish for come on, Adriano. You know, Adriano's really quick as well, but the gap is 32.8 seconds towards the number 2. But he's building a gap towards the Grid Life number 3 car. Doing a good job, but as we can see, that gap between the number 3 and the number 5 in the race is quickly coming down every single lap. Because right now it's 39 high, sometimes low, sometimes mid for King Ears, and it's constantly 38 low to mid for Antonio. Yeah, so this one is coming up, this fight, that's certain. Only 1.8 seconds left, and we can see that Antonio is using every single bit of track available to him. And these corners are so agonizingly difficult and long, and keep turning, and so difficult to get onto the power. But here we are on the straight, not in the slipstream yet, but only 1.5 seconds behind at the moment. Let's keep an eye on the minimap if something happens or somebody does crash. And it's only 1.4 right now, so the Lexus had a good exit out of the last corner and is quick in a straight line. Now we know the Porsche is of course an overall really good car. And here we are into 100R. In towards the hairpin. And that corner is really difficult as well to line it up perfect. Because you're coming out of 100R, fully steering to the right, and you'll have to brake and steer for a left-hander coming up. And we can see that Antonio brakes way later compared to King Ears, and is slowly and surely catching King is, and he's within slipstream range. Now we're coming out of corner number 13 into 14 and 15. Nets corner over here. Don't hit that bullet. That's going to give you a half-second penalty. Using all the track limit on the outside into 16 Panasonic onto the main straight. Driving off Mount Fuji in the background. Whoa, huge wiggle coming up on the main straight in the slipstream. And is this immediately going to be an overtake? Oh, half-second penalty. I told you. You got to be so careful over there coming out of the last corner. Because if you go a little bit too wide and you lose 3 wheels of the curbstone over there, then it's definitely going to be a half-second penalty, and it is for Antonio. So hopefully he can build enough of a gap in this lap to make sure he maintains position number 4. You got to be careful with those gullies as well on the outside of every single curb. And we can see a purple sector, but don't forget the first and the second sector altogether are only 4 corners, and after that you got 6 corners in the last sector. But don't forget the difficult corners in the first and the second sector. Now it's still hazy, and I can see the sun poking through a little bit more than before. Well, let's hope for a bit of rain, right? Major Genesis finally on the ball. Who did Medi want to race though? Evo? Don't know. Guinness. We can see that gap grew to 1.3 seconds right now coming out of the last corner, Panasonic. And let's see if King Is can re-overtake that position. Here it is, that half-second penalty. Will he go into the slipstream? He does not. And I think, can Antonio hold this? Let's see. He's gonna put up a defensive line into corner number 1. Here comes King Is. Will he outbrake him? Here he comes side by side. And is that wise to fight right now? I think that's only gonna cost more time than it will gain you. And towards Coca-Cola corner number 3 is that. And we can see that the number 5 car is still in front of the number 3. Whoa, a bit of dirty air over there. Be careful, don't go over track limits. Into 100R. That long right-hander, that kills your left front tire. Definitely. So yeah, the left front tire. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Medi was of course in the 45 for last minute racing and is 19 seconds behind right now after, what is that, 18 laps. Whew, that's quite the difference. Right now already in the 140s, River Ruggers, and Italia is still in the low 39s. And we can see that it's going to be even more difficult for River Ruggers compared to Project 1 Racing, because the GTR is less good on his tires compared to the Aston Martin. That's going to be painful. Although the GTR is a bit better on fuel consumption. Adriano still in 3rd, slowly catching River Ruggers. That gap was over 35 seconds. Right now below 30. That fight is still not done as well, because after this full stint we are only halfway. Don't forget that. Now a little bit further back there we have Antonio. Even with that half-second penalty, stayed in front of the number 3 of Great Life and pulled out a gap of 2 seconds already. And here they are in 5th place right now. Witsy in the 764. A little bit of a wiggle coming out of the first corner towards Coca-Cola corner. And still setting really, really good lap times. All in the 39 low or in the 38s before that. And then we've got Project Platypus in the number 11 and 7th. finally dipping back into the 39s. Not this lap, but the previous one was. And yeah, we've got the 64 of Sector 7 Racing with Cass behind the wheel in the AMG on the main straight. We still got Shadow Chef in the 35 for Loose Moose Racing, not really far behind, but we know that they had a bit of a problem over here trying to overtake the 64 in this corner, and took a half-second penalty. So that should have been closer. A little bit further back, the 77 of Racer Silent Black. And then behind that, GT Finland Racing. Not having the best day. Mostly they're around 7, 6 at minimum, or even better. Yeah. But setting decent lap times right now. I wanted to combine reasonable and decent. Decentable. What the hell? But we've got Zorian in 12. Reasonable lap times as well in the number 1 for ORT. And then all the way at the back we have Bruce Ted from Australia in the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing, 24 seconds behind, and they're close to a pit stop as well. Now let's quickly see who else is close to a pit stop. I'm gonna run quickly through it to see how all the fuel levels are. Sorry for that, but then I know should have done that immediately. Okay, so only Apex Hunter Racing is quite close to a pit stop. Is that message for me, Evo, or? Yeah, we know it's an endurance race. Of course, this is the 8 hour of Fuji. Yeah, these are the shorter ones of the International Racing Organization. We've got 12-hour races and 24-hour races as well. Amazing to watch, amazing to see, amazing to commentate, especially the 24 hours. That is a real heavy one to do. Not even to commentate, but to... What? But to race as well. Every single time you have to do 2-hour stints with your drivers, but with only 4 drivers, that means you at least have to turn up 3 times 2 hours. And yeah, the championship is long. It's big. It has a lot of races. I checked yesterday. Let me check how many races are there. Or can you comment on that, Evo? Because after this one we have 2 more left. That's the 12 hours of Road Atlanta and the 24 hours of Spa. Let me quickly do something, be right back. Just a sec. Here we are again. So yeah, it's a long season, and for every single race, the duration does decide how many points you get. So if you win this one, will they go in right now? Nope, the 69 is not coming in yet, so that's probably going to be the next lap. Let's see where the fights are. Yeah, of course, an endurance championship and endurance races, 8-hour races give you the least amount of points. And of course the 12-hour and the 24 hours give you way more. So it's good to win one, of course. But do remember that the 24-hour ones are way more important compared to the 8-hour ones. See, that's sort of a sprint race versus a main race if you want to compare it to Formula 1. Now in third, everybody's still good. And everybody's quite good on fuel. So does Antonio as well. Now, of course, you can't see it. I can, but I'll let you know when somebody's close to... Oh, we can see that. Oh, no. That's the number 12 in the race. ORT. Slowly catching up to... Witsy. Nope. Just been passed. Here we've got Cass in the 64. Nearly 6 seconds in front of the 35 right now. And I think they're losing... Oh! The tires are dying of death. No! They're nearly cooked, they're nearly done on Shadow Chef on the 35. I think they have to come in together with the Project Platypus. As I said, they're coming in right now. And let's see, Shadow Chef, I think he has to stop and he overfueled a bit then. Or pushed too hard on his left front tire. Because this is absolutely horrendous and he's still going to continue for another lap. Oh, you're going to lose so much time. Let's see that lap time. That's going to be a 41. Whoa, 41.6. That is holding you back quite a bit. And a lot. Now let's see the state of the tires for everyone. Project 1 Racing doing really good, and the 45 of Last Minute Racing reasonable, but slowly getting to the end of the tire life and the fuel. A little bit further back. Whoa, Adriano was close to a popping tire as well. Can continue this lap, but we can see it in the lap times. Slowly growing, getting more and more. A little bit further back. The Lexus is way better on his tires. Only 11.5, 11.4 seconds right now behind Adriano. And we can see the number 1 is in. Oh, they could have continued another lap, but I think that's their strategy. And let's see, I think that the 45 is going to come in as well. Or is he going to continue? He's going to continue. Now he's going to go right quite early on the straight. Let's see a little bit further back what Adriano is going to do. And we see that Project 1 Racing is refueling right now towards 49%. That means that's going to be another soft stint. Yes, it is. Here comes Adriano for Race Asylum Esports. The number 44 car in. And let's see if Antonio is going to continue. Yes, he is. No, he's not. Coming in as well. All jumping in together. A little bit further back. Here we have King is in as well. The number 3 Grit Life car. And the 764. With Witsy going to the right on the street. That means you're going to go into the pit. Here he comes. I think the number 12 in the race. Yes. ORT is coming in as well. Now let's see Project Platypus. Still can continue, but do you want to? That's the question, eh? Last time I checked, it's raining in Fuji. Yeah. It's a feud between you two guys. What is this? Am I on a replay or what? Oh no, of course, River Ruckus didn't pit the last lap. He continued the 45 in right now, and here comes Italia already for Project 1 Racing, re-overtaking him. Back into the lead for Project 1 Racing. Let's see, we've got Adriano. New softs as well for him. And then we've got Antonio with new softs as well. He wants to catch Adriano, the 44 car. And we've got Grit Life with new fresh soft rubber. So for Witsy, and the 764, that for Tobias, and the number 11 Project Platypus car. New softs for him as well. And there we have the 64 coming out of the pit on new racing softs as well. And let's see, I think Shadow Chef is going to do exactly the same. Just behind in the 35. Oh, excuse me. There he comes. Out in 9th. And there we have the 77. Refueling right now. Coming out on racing softs as well. And now I think we're going to have the whole field on racing softs. Refueling towards, yep, 44%. That's going to be softs. And then in 12th, we have the number 1 car from Owachi on the softs. Did it a lap earlier. And just behind as well, the 69. 2 laps in after this one already on their new soft boots. Now let's get to Antonio in the number 5 Lexus. Definitely catching the 44 of Race Asylum Esports. But let's see how quick that will be, because I'm going to be excited. Using all of the track over there on the outside. Into Panasonic, out of Panasonic. Using all the track as well over there. Already had a penalty. Here we go, 8.3 seconds right now. Do remember that. That was lap 27. Going into lap 28. And let's see what he can produce in a lap. Let's get on board with him into the first corner. And I believe that's called Daya. That had a difficult name. I believe it. I know it's Japanese. Daiichi. That's the one. Now out of Coca-Cola into 100R. The long right-hander that kills your left front tire. And as I said, right now you have to line it up perfectly for the hairpin coming out of here. Corner 6 and 7, be careful on the outside over there. On the concrete, the painted concrete, into 300R. What is actually a street with kinks. And take a look at that. He tries to cut as maximum as possible to be as straight as possible. Into the Dunlop chicane. That's a right-left and then a right-hander. Don't hit that bullet on the outside. That's going to be a penalty. Using all the width on the outside into corner number 13 and using the outside of there as well. A little bit of AstroTurf into 14 and 15. Next corner coming out of here using all the outside as well. Whoa, absolutely on the edge into Panasonic. Slowly but surely on the power and using all the track width as well. Coming out of Panasonic. We can see that it was about 2 tenths he gained. Well, that is immediately a really fast lap from Antonio, a 38.3. Let's get back to TV cam and let's see what Adriano, yeah, we can see it exactly. About 2 tenths he gained. But fresh new boots give you confidence, but do not overcook it. Be careful with your tires, especially that GTR. That GTR is still a fat lady with a lot of weight on the front and will destroy your left front tire. And the gap stays about the same right now. Don't feel rushed, Adriano. Don't feel pushed. It's going to cost you more if you burn up those tires. Adriano nearly losing it, coming out of corner number 15. And can we have a quick look at that? As he had to correct it, I think, 2 or 3 times. Let's get back. Let's get in cockpit view. Let's see that coming out of 15 here. Whoa, huge slide already over there. There, another one. Tricky, risky. Be careful. We can see that gap came down to 7.6 seconds already. That last lap at 38.8 compared to the 38.3 yet again from Antonio. So it's coming down. There's purple for Antonio in the first sector. Do remember that's only 1 corner. Now the second sector is 3 corners. We already had one. This is the next one. And then we have this one. Are really difficult. But the number 5 is definitely gaining on the number 44. And this is for the podium. If he can make up all that time, that is beyond and ridiculous. Now let's see if there are any other battles on track. I don't think so. A lot of back markers. We can see it over here in the Dunlop chicane. That's where Adriano loses the most. Now quickly, before this becomes a fight, let me run you through the order, and we can see that Project 1 Racing is still in the lead with a quite dominant lead right now. Last stint, within over 2 hours, they were only separated by about a second at the end. Then we have River Ruckus in the 45. Yeah, 34 seconds behind already. Then we have Adriano in the 44 for Race Asylum Esports. Coming out of the first quarter, 18.2 seconds behind. And with only 6.7 seconds behind that, we have Antonio coming up towards Shadow Chef in the 35. Loose Moose. Racing car. They're in fourth right now, 12.9 seconds in front of King Ears, and they overtook them on track. So that gap of 12.9 seconds is substantial that he built within a couple of laps. And we've got Witsy. Don't forget, Antonio was a World Series driver, an alien. So don't get me wrong, everybody's quick in this race, but this guy is another level, the same as Medi. And we have Witsy. By the way, Medi drove the last stint for the 45 car, this one. But as I said, Witsy in the 764 of Sector 7 Racing in the Aston Martin, 14.8 seconds behind King Ears, and then behind that Project Platypus. Yes, we have Project Platypus, the number 11 car, only 3.1 seconds in front of the 64 of 7 Sector Racing. And they're slowly catching, but I already saw they had a half-second penalty. Probably coming out of the last corner. Who knows? And then we have Shadow Chef, followed by Antonio right now. Of course, he's going to get blue flags, but they're in 9th. The 35 of Loose Moose Racing, and 16.3 seconds behind the next car, and 18.7 seconds behind Shadow Chef, the 35 is ATB in the 77 Race Asylum black car, although it's orange and white with a little bit of black. Then we have GTFR, GT Finland Racing with Cookers behind the wheel. In 11th right now, slowly catching the 77. And in 12th we have Azorian in the number 1 ORT. Doing really good lap times, I must say. Respectable. Then in 13th we have the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing with Bruce Tat behind the wheel. Now let's get back to that fight for 3rd place with Antonio only 6 seconds behind. Definitely closing up, and take a look at that lap times coming out of the pit. The first lap, the 27th lap, a 38.2, then a 38.3, then a 38.3, then a 38.3, then a 38.3. What do you mean consistent? Yeah. What the hell? Take a look at that. How close that is. Is this going to be another 38.3? No, 38.1. Why not? Let's make it quicker. Sure. Let's get to Adriano. He's getting back into the 38s right now. Let me quickly switch back and forward and let's see that. Yes. He had 1 lap with a 39.0, but further that all, more except 1, 2 in total, into the 38 the 38 high. So this fight is on. 5.6, 5.5, 5.6. It's coming down. Everybody's pretty spread out at the moment, so we're gonna fill the time with a lot of babbling, but we can see that Antonio definitely is quicker and Adriano is pushing. So yes, incognito, we are cheering him on. We have to, else it's gonna be difficult to hold 3rd place. Let's get on board with Antonio. Of Adriano, sorry. Into the first corner. Daichi. And took a bit of a narrow line over there. Need to be careful with that bollard on the inside. And the exit out of there. Coca-Cola corner into 100R. A really difficult one. Because it keeps on turning and turning and turning. Into the hairpin, coming out of 6 and 7, yes. Looks really solid. Onto this mean for the back street, called 300R into the Dunlop chicane. Late steer in to get the best exit possible out of here. Don't touch that bollard on the outside. Into 13. Hit that apex perfect. To the outside. We'll slowly let it roll in over here. Hit that apex. Whoa! Be careful with the throttle coming out of there. Into 16, the last corner. And I see that Adriano is not willing to take the curbstones. Not willing to risk the curbstones. Because they are treacherous over here. And we can see the lap time is going to be a 39.0 yet again, same as last lap. And for Antonio it's going to be a 38.1 again. Oi, he's getting really close. And now you're going to see the difference between the number 3 in the race and the number 4 in the race. And you can see that Antonio was taking all the curbs on the outside, but you got to be confident with that, because you can lose the car so easily. Because a lot of these curbs have a gully in it. That's actually a drainage. A drain for when it rains. In real life, of course. To make sure it doesn't flood. And you can see here as well, coming out of corner 6 and 7, he's definitely going to use all the outside. Yes, he does. And that's going to be the same in corner number 13, 15 and 16. Now Adriano uses this as well. Same as Antonio. Keep it short, cross it over here, don't hit that bollard. Use the outside curb over here. And then to the inside, use fully the outside of 13. Even a little bit of astroturf. Let it roll in, inside curb, but use the outside curb here as well. It's difficult to hold it, especially with no traction control. And the same over here, and especially since the left hand side is upwards. It's difficult to hold it perfect, but you could see that Antonio took all of it and Adriano doesn't. So he plays it safe, smart for endurance, but don't do it too safe. That's going to cost you a lot of time. Now let's see the leaders again. Project 1 Racing, nearly 40 seconds in the lead. And definitely everybody has to make another stop. And it's still foggy, a little bit of wettish in the air, but I don't see it coming down anytime soon. Now River Ruckus still 14 seconds in front of Adriano in the 45 last minute racing car with that special livery. You could have just seen really good. We've seen this battle and it's coming up, and only 2.4 seconds behind because there he is already, Antonio. Oh, that's going to be quick and it's going to be soon. So let's see the rest. There we have King is in the number 3 Grid Life car. Witsy in the 764. And the number 11 Project Platypus car. That fool Tobias just behind him. Oh, another battle. We have 2. Nice. 2 coming up. This is the closer one, but I think the other one is going to be quicker. How do you say that correct? When they start to battle. Shadow Chef in 9th. Wow, dropped really far back from Cass. And there we have a fight for 11th. Yes, we do. Fight for 11th between the 77 and the 66. Here they are side by side in corner number 15. And 77 just crashed in front of the 66. Here they're going to go again. And this is why they've changed this track. Because you can do this left, right, left, right. Same as Kubica and Massa in 2007 or 2008, I believe. And here we're going to go in a slipstream battle. Is the GTR faster in a straight line, especially with that slipstream? Will he do it? Will he not? Will he? Yes, they are side by side. Here we go. Let's see. Here we have the 77. Just beside us. And we're going to go to the braking zone. And let's see it from a different camera's perspective. Give me a good one. Here we are on the inside, the 66. Will he make the move? He does. And that's done and dusted. Now here comes Witsy. And he's coming up to the 2 back markers, fighting it out over 10th place. Now Kukas is in 10th place right now with the GTFR 66. Good. Nice. Now let's see, let's go a little bit further back, because here we have that fight for 7th place between the 64 and the number 11. But I think the fight for 3rd place is on even quicker, as I told you. Antonio was catching Adriano quicker than Cass was. Tobias in the slipstream right now. Here we're gonna go. This is gonna be for a podium spot. Slowly we see the sun poking through again. As I said, it's probably not gonna rain, but you don't know. You never know, eh? And this is not gonna be close enough for a dive into the first corner, but Antonio is slowly building the pressure up on Adriano. And will Adriano fight, or will he be smart and say, you go ahead, I'll follow, and I'm gonna catch you, or we are gonna catch you in the next stint. Okay. We saw a message of 80 kilometers, of 130 kilometers per hour in the chat from somebody. But okay. Here we go into the last sector, corner number 13. Let's see if Antonio can line it up perfectly. Oh, I see somebody joining and leaving. Ah, that's why. And let's see. Oh, this is going to be beautiful for Adriano. Oh, no. Brewstat, the 69 is going to let them pass on the exit. Oh, this is going to be really difficult for Adriano. It's going to be a shitty exit for him and the 69. Oh, no. Is it going to be bumped off? What is it? Oh, what is it going to be? Let's go TV cam. Let's see that. That's 3 cars wide. And that wasn't the perfect moment for the 69 to let them both pass because Adriano had a real deficit over there. And they're side by side coming up to corner number 1. And we can see that the number of the 77 is defending. And we can see that the number 5 is braking later. But is the 77 still on the inside? No, he's not. He let him through. Oi, that was difficult for the 77. Sort of impeding over there. But we can see the number 5 right now in place number 3. The 40. Oh, sorry. I keep saying the 77. It's the 44. Excuse me. My bad. Let's see that again. Let's quickly see the fight for 7th place. Nope. That one is over. I think somebody had a penalty or something happened. No, not really. I think Tobias picked up the pace. Now let's quickly see that fight again. Let's get all the way up here. We can see right now if we're gonna go on board. Now we're gonna go TV cam. That it's gonna be a difficult exit for Adriano, and Antonio had the perfect exit with a slipstream from the 69. Jumped into the slipstream of the 44 over here and got. He couldn't go to the inside, else it's gonna be the pit wall coming right at you. And here they are side by side on the long main street. And I think Antonio braked just a little bit later than... Yeah, went to the outside over there. Braked a little bit later, left the room for the 44 car on the inside. And now we can see it. Beautiful pass, beautiful pass. Wow. So the number 5 in 3rd spot right now. Only 11.4 seconds to keep an eye on that one. Because we're just over half. Oh, quite a bit over half already, but... Whoa! Yeah, sorry about that, Ray. I mistaken it. I made a mistake over there. It's the 44, of course, in 3rd place. Kept yelling the 77, but it is the 44. Did correct myself. And yeah, that wasn't really good from the lap car. Should have just done it on the street. Went to the right and let go of your throttle. Don't stop coming out of the corner. You're unpredictable at that moment. Nobody knows what you're going to do. And luckily Adriano saw that, what he was doing, but it compromised his exit. And you saw what happened after that. Luckily no crash, nothing bad happened. But it cost him quite some time compared to Antonio. Although Antonio was already in the slipstream, but who knows? He could have defended another lap, or maybe even 2. And that can make the whole difference in place. So let's run you through the order again. Here we are, P1R Project 1 Racing still in the lead with 44.1 seconds over the 45 car in 2nd right now. And they're 2.2 seconds in front of the number 5 of Sector 7 with Antonio behind the wheel. Don't forget, he's an alien. And then in 4th place right now, we have the 44 in the Race Asylum esports team with Adriano behind the wheel. Then we have King Is in the grid Live, number 3 Porsche, Witsy in the 765 Sector 7 racing car, and then we have that full Tobias in the number 11 of Project Platypus BMW M6, and just behind it, closing up again, we have Cass in the 64 7 Sector racing car, excuse me, and then 14.2 seconds behind right now. Shadow Chef in the 35 Loose Moose racing car, and Cookers in the GTFR 66. And then we have the 77 of Race Asylum Black with ATB behind the wheel. Slowly losing more and more ground with all the drivers in front. They were eventually, when they came out of the pit, 8th, I believe. They're in 11th right now, losing quite some ground. A little bit further back, 7.9 seconds behind that, we have Azorian in the 64, no, the number 1 ORT car. Still doing pretty good lap times, and then here we can see all the way to the back. Is it raining? No, you gotta be kidding me. Is it? No, it's not. He just turned on his windscreen wipers. Here we have Bruce Stat of Apex Hunter Racing in 13th all the way to the back. Okay, we'll remember that, neighbor. Stop calling them 44, 47, 74, 77. Now we can see that gap came down to already in 8.1 seconds between the 45 and the number 5 of Sector 7 Racing, and Antonio is on fire. Although we can see that he dropped a little bit in pace the last couple of 4 laps, but compared to his competitors around him, he's still definitely quicker. Oh, yes, it is raining. We can see, if we're gonna go cockpit view, everybody's windscreen wiper is on right now. So it is raining? No, yeah. It is, no, yeah. We can see spots on the windscreen. It's raining. But how big and how crazy is that gonna be? Well, I think the sensor in the Project 1 car doesn't work, but everybody else's windscreen wiper is on. Is this gonna spice up everything? Is it gonna be moist enough? And we can see slowly the moisture meter on the left bottom. You can't see it, but I can. It's coming up, but definitely not hard enough at this moment for Inters. That's gonna be interesting. And who's gonna be the most airy on the curbstones right now? Because do remember, although it rains slightly and a little bit, the painted parts, so the curbstones and the painted parts on the outside of the track, are going to be more slippery. And we can see that gap quickly coming down between the... Oh yeah, it's definitely starting to rain over here. So we can see between the number 5 and the number 44, sorry, the number 45 is coming down quite quickly. It's only 6.1 seconds right now. And that's the way how to let somebody past. That was perfect from the 64. Please do not bump draft. That's not allowed. But we can see that. Whoa, that's definitely raining right now. It's raining. How bad is this gonna be? Is it gonna be enough? Oh, bump drafting is allowed? Okay, excuse me. Oh, that's only in qualifying, of course. No bump drafting. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, got it, Lucas. Got it. But this is definitely rain, guys. We've got rain. And is this going to be enough for intermediates? And who dares to put them on? And how long will the rain stay? And if it doesn't stay too long, will you stay out? And can you stay out? And who's going to make mistakes? Because right now we got to look at the minimap and see if nobody spins out or does any crazy things. Oh, this is going to be exciting. We can see that gap between Antonio for the number 5 car and... It's not raining here anymore, is it? I think that was it, but you got to be careful with the curb stones right now. It's going to get slippery. And we can see that there is the 45 already, and there is a half-second penalty for the 64 behind the number 5 right now. That's going to be painful for them. Here they come. But let's see, that gap still coming down or not. It's getting close to winters. It's getting close to winters. Wow. Oh, this is going to be exciting. This is going to be good. But I think this was it. And this is going to be it. No, it's still raining over here. So it's coming from the... Yeah, let's say from corner number 1. It's sliding over the track. Ooh, it's into territory over here. Oh, is somebody going to pit or not? And how long will this rain last? And who's going to hold it on track? And are there going to be any changes? If somebody spots something, say it to me. Because I have to look at 3 screens or 3 things at the same time. But let's see, that gap, 48 seconds right now for Project 1 Racing. Doing a really good job. And it is Inters at this moment at the first part of the track. Oh, you got to be careful into corner number 1. Whoa, Italia nearly goes too deep. With the number 20. Let's see, River Ruckers only 3.8 seconds in front of... Oh, sorry, in front of the number 5. But we can see the sun poking through already. And it's just about Inters. But I think this was it. With all the rain. A little bit further back. Any mistakes? No mistakes. But that gap grew quite quickly between the 44 and the number 5. A little bit further back. The number 3 of Grit Live. Everybody's still on the soft tyres. We haven't seen anybody in. So it was a short shower, but whoa, you can see it made it just about wet enough to go on Inters. But I think it's going to dry quickly as well. Let's see, Tobias in the number 11 and Cass in the 64. Nobody went in, nobody. And is this it for the rain? Is this it? Oh, we got to fight for an 11th place right now between the 77 and the number 1 car. Yeah, we're gonna go, and what is ATB gonna do? Put up a defensive line already? That's definitely solid driving, Lucas. That's definitely solid driving, because it's slippery on the outside, especially those curbs, and especially with all that paint everywhere on track and on the outside. That is definitely, it's tricky right now, because it's nearly against intermediates. You gotta be confident. Here comes the number 1 car towards the Dunlop chicane just behind the 77. And we can see that the windscreen wipers do stop on the car and do start again. Is it gonna rain more? We have no idea, we have no clue. We can see that Azorian has more confidence compared to ATB. Oh, a little bit wide over there from the 77. Is that going to be a good exit or not? Here he is, immediately in the slipstream. The number 1. just behind the 77. Is there's going to be enough? I think it is. It's only 3/10. Here he comes, closing up on the main street. Yeah, we're going to go towards corner number 1. Is the 77 going to defend that position? No, he's not. He's going to let it happen. The number 1 car just next to it into Daiichi. And that's a clean, really good, clean and nice pass from the number 1 and the number 77. And the number 77 back in 12th. Boy, slowly dropping all the way back. Boy, a bit of a difficult entry into corner number 3, Coca-Cola corner for the number 1 car. And I think the 77 wants to fight back. Yeah, the number 1 car went a little bit wide in corner number 3. That gave the 77 a bit of a half opportunity to look up the inside. Well, let's see that again. Here we have the overtake. And let's get on board with the 77. You can see that. Here he comes, the number 3. The number 1 went a little bit wide over there, and the 77 went way quicker and way deeper into that. Right on the perfect time to make sure that there was no contact. Now let's see those leaders. And the number 20 car still in the lead with about 50 seconds of a lead over River Ruckus. And do I see it correctly? Yes, I do see it correctly. Antonio made a pit stop. And that is his last pit stop of the race. In 6th right now. Now let's see how everybody else is doing. Anybody close to a pit stop? Adriano in the 44. Definitely on tires. Ready for new tires. And the number 3 could do 2 or 3 more laps if he wants to. And then we have the 764. Same story. Now Antonio in the number 5 made a pit stop already. And the number 11 is going to continue, but is close to the end of his fuel tank. And so does, especially on the tires, the 64. And 35 is ready for new tires as well. And here we have Cookers ready for some new fuel. And it's going to be the tires on the number 1 car. And the tires as well on the 77. And the 69 already made a pit stop. And the number 20 is going to continue. And let's see what River Ruckus is going to do. I do wonder, is the undercut better or the overcut? And I do really like that livery from Last Minute Racing. Looks amazing. That special Fuji livery. Looks aggressive. And good. Still some rain over there? No, not anymore. They're still gonna continue. Okay, then we have Adriano. I think they're gonna come in for new tires at least. Yes, they are. We have the number 11 in as well. We have the 44 in right now. And let's see what King Ears is gonna do in the number 3 Grid Life car. And looks like he's gonna peel off to the right side towards the pit lane entry. Yes, he does. And it's gonna rain again. It's raining again on the main street. And here comes the 764 of Sector 7 Racing as well. And Antonio is gonna continue. But I do gotta tell you, it's raining again on the main street. And it's dry over here. It's raining in the middle of the main street. And everywhere else, it's dry. This is weird. Weird, weird, weird. And the number 20 is still going to continue. And what else do we have? They were in. And the 64 is continuing as well, but has to stop at the end of this lap. Same for the 35. Same for the 66. And of course the 11 made a stop already. Just behind the 66. Yeah, we've got the number 1 car. Has to make that pit stop as well this lap. It continued. Now let's get to the leaders. Does anybody else come in? Let's see if it still rains on the main street. It's quite weird, right? Because it rained coming out of this corner, the last corner, onto the main street. Then it didn't. And then it did again. And then it didn't. Here they come. The leaders are in with a 51-second lead. That's pure dominance. That is good. Really good. Now let's see how long does that pit stop take, because we know the foot went a little bit deep into the Dunlop chicane over there. River Ruckus in the 45. And are they going to continue or not? And we can see the sun poking through already again. And they're going to peel off to the right side as well. That means they're going to make that pit stop right now. And then we're going to see if the number 5 car is going to pass them. And Antonio putting in absolute ridiculous times again. Immediately in the 38s. Mid, high. Yeah, and I think this is going to be a pass already or not. They're going to refuel right now. Here comes Antonio in the number 5 car, and the 45 is still refueling, I think that's going to be a pass. That's going to be a pass or not. Here they come to the outside. And are we going to see them? Yes, it's a pass. The undercut did work. In second place right now, the number 5 of Sector 7 Racing. What a move by stopping 2 laps earlier. And of course, in those tricky conditions, we could see that the number 5 was already quicker compared to the 45. But to make up those 6 to 8 seconds with the undercut, beautifully done. Definitely beautifully done. And here we have Adriano also making his pit stop right now. Oh, we can see a fight for 7th place. And I think that is a pass already, because I believe the number 11 was behind. No, he was not. Oh, they're pushing each other nearly into the Dunlop chicane. Nearly going side by side there. No, the 64 just came out of the pit. And the 88 of the number 11 already made a pit stop. And here he comes to the inside. Oh, a bit of a touch over there in Net's corner. Didn't make the pass, but whew, that was close. Let's get on board with the number 11 of Platypus. 4.5 tenths about. And then we can see Adriano in the 44. Nearly in the slipstream as well. Oi, 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 oi. No, it's not going to be enough to make that pass. The BMW is not as quick as the Mercedes is. Do think it's better in the corners. Oh, hold it together. Oh, be careful. Yeah, let him pass. Let him pass. No, the 44 is going to be held up again. Ooh. And where are you going to let him pass right now? Of course, when you're battling someone, it's difficult to let somebody pass who's lapping you. Where do you do it? How do you do it? And of course, it's going to be on a straight. But if the car behind is really quicker, that's going to be a difficult one. Here he comes, the 44. And will the number 11 let him pass? Not even over here. Nope, doesn't do it. Aye. And now you're going to do it in an unpredictable place yet again. You lose the least when you do it on a straight. Do remember that. Now the number 11 does have a slipstream at the moment of the 44, but you can see he lost quite some time to the 64. It's 2.2 seconds right now. That could have been better. Any other big battles? Let's see a little bit further back, because right now this is not a battle anymore. We can see probably some back markers quite close together. Yeah, we've seen this, and here we have it. No, it's a fight for 5th place between the number 3 and the 764. We can see that with C. Is he quicker? Definitely quicker. He's in the 38s, low 38s, and then high 30 of the low 39s is King is in the number 3. Oh, this is going to be a nice and spicy battle as well. And is Grid Life the number 3, saving tires, saving fuel, because that's quite a big of a difference. Here we come towards the Dunlop chicane. I don't think the number 3 made any mistakes. Well, just came out of the pit, then into the 39s. Started 39.5, then 31 of 39.1, 39.2, and the 764 immediately into the 38s. Take a look at that line from the 764, lining it up perfectly, coming out of here. Only 2/10 behind, and we know that Aston Martin is quick in a straight line, especially when you can change the arrow. Here we go, let's go cockpit view. Here he comes, right on the tail, just past him. Here they are side by side, and we see that Aston Martin is quicker. But that last gear from the Porsche, wow. That's surprisingly quick, but it's going to be a perfect move, or is it? No, there's going to be switcheroo over here. Oi, the old switcheroo. Here we are, but the next corner is going to be a left-hander, and who's going to be in front? And I think it's going to be the 764 who can claim the corner over here, and to make sure they get 5th position in this race. They do. Perfectly done, perfectly executed. Perfectly set up. And there was a way for the Grid Life number 3 to regain that spot, but yeah, with that big of a difference in pace, it's always difficult to hold somebody back. Now let's see, of course we've got Antonio in second right now, already 8.8 or 9 seconds already in front of the 45. Poor, that's quite big. And a half-second penalty as well for the 45. That's not going to help them. That's not going to help them at all. And take a look at that consistency again for the number 5. That's beyond. That's ridiculous. But we can see they're not gaining that fast on the Project 1 racing car, the number 20, than all the others. Now a little bit further back we have Adriano on his own right now. He's only 4 seconds behind the 45 car. And I think he's gaining. Let's quickly get that. Yeah, with that penalty definitely, but if you see on pace as well, you can see that the 45 is pulling out 39s and then into the 40s. And that the 44 at the moment is pulling out 38s. Started in the low 39s into the high 38s, even half 38s right now. Interesting. Now, of course, we have the 764 in 5th right now, and then we have the number 3 in 6th. In 7th, we have the 64 with Cash behind the wheel, right behind them still, of course. Oh no, that is a huge gap right now. Boy, what did Tobias do? Boy, take a look at that one lap. More than 2 seconds slower, and a half-second penalty yet again for Tobias in the number 11 platypus car. That's painful. Then we have Shadow in the 35 of Loose Moose Racing, the 66 with Cookers. Then in 11, oh sorry, that button. In 11th right now, the number 1 of ORT. In 12th, the 77 of Race Asylum Black. And then in 13th, all the way at the back, Brewstat in the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing. Now, where do we want to see that fight? Yes, we want to see this fight. The 44 is catching the 45. Here they come, here they come. Pulling up way better laps, but then my question comes, why? Why suddenly that big difference? Just coming out of the pit with fresh, soft tires, doing the same laps as old soft tires. We can see that the 64 of 7 Sector Racing is in between these two guys. Hopefully the 64 will get out of the way at in a good spot. Oh, this is going to be nice. Finally for the 44, they're going to have a slipstream and hopefully they can pass them into the first corner. Nope. Gas, blue flags. There you saw the warning. Be respectful to the blue flags. So I think he's gonna let him pass over here. Yes, he does. On the left-hand side. There you go. He's gonna slot in behind the 44. And now the battle is on between the 44 and the 45. We can see that the 45 is definitely saving fuel and definitely saving tires compared to all the other guys around them. Is that necessary? They drive the same car. Just about the same fuel. There is no real difference over there. It's just tire wear. Interesting. Are they going to make another stop? The 44. And does everybody else as well who's pushing right now. That's going to be interesting, and we can see that gap nearly close enough for the slipstream, but not close enough to have it. already in lap 59. My God. Oh, no, 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 no. We could see it coming. No. The 64 heavily, massively outbraked himself. Smashed into the back of Adriano. Luckily, no damage, I think, for both of them. But, what happened over there? Luckily, no damage for both of them, but boy, that was a close call. That cost him a couple of tenths, at least, sorry, to Adriano. He was nearly within a second. Right now, was a 1.6, but boy, that was close. Nearly rear-ended Adriano out of the race. And let's see that moment again, because that scared the crap out of me. Here we're gonna go. We're gonna have the long one. Here we can see it. Let's get on board with him. You can see that he has a massive slipstream. And do remember, you always gotta brake earlier when you're in the slipstream. At least let your throttle just before the braking zone already loose. You're in the slipstream. And I think he just wanted to brake at exactly the same point. And take a look at this. He wanted to take a 40 accident. Oh, and touched him. Luckily, this didn't end with any tears. Here we are again. Are we gonna get a repeat? Because this is the next lap. Oh, yeah. That was really close. That was nearly the end of Adriano. Here we are again. Let's see if it's gonna be exactly the same. And hopefully he's gonna brake on time right now. He does. Whoa, nearly outbrakes himself again. He wants to keep up with the 44. He can at the moment in the slipstream, but be careful. Yeah, JP, that was nearly take two, and this is a little bit too close for comfort right now. I don't think Adriano likes this as well. Or you're gonna repass him, or what is your ID? Why do you want to run this close to somebody who lapped you? You're on the same tires, same fuel, same strategy. Nothing to gain, nothing to lose. Of course, you want to stay in that slipstream, but you be careful. Don't rear end somebody. It's always going to be your fault. And that gap is 9 tenths right now between the 45 and the 44. It's heating up, it's heating up. It's getting to the end of the stint. Go back in the slipstream again for the 44. Let's get on board and let's keep an eye on the rear as well. Yeah, the 64 is a little bit further back right now. Yeah, that's definitely for sure, JP. Definitely a coat brown for him. Pwah! A mouthful is noises, yeah. Oh, the 45 went a little bit deep into the first corner. That's going to benefit him. That's going to benefit the 44. Or the 45 went a little bit deep, yeah. Sure. Here he comes. Whoa, and they're still saving a lot of time. They're saving a lot of tires. Do got to tell you that. But here comes the 44. Taking a narrow line over there towards the hairpin and a little bit wide from the 45 yet again. There's the 44 going to do it immediately into the Dunlop chicane. Here they're going to go onto the back straight. Is there's going to be the move already? No, they think better of it, but could have been done over there. It's a hard braking zone. Just stick it up the inside. And you can see the nice, good lines there from Adriano in the 44. Just on the tail of the 45. Taking weird lines. What is up with them? Are they saving that much fuel? No fuel, they're not saving. Tires they do, but with those lines. 4 tenths coming down already. Here we are back on board with the 44, just behind the 45. This is for 3rd place. Here we're gonna go, and let's see if they're gonna make the move in towards the first corner. Here they come. Is he going to outbreak him? Yes, he does, to the inside. And whoa, the 45 massively outbreaks himself, but comes back. Not onto the AstroTurf here. They are still side by side, but the 44 has a better exit compared to the 45, and it's done and dusted. The 44 in third place right now, and the 45 demoted to fourth place. They were in second. They were in first, I must say, as well. That was a beautiful move, and forced it as well. So let's see that again. Hey, Lindström. Now let's get on board with Adriano. Now let's get on board with the 45. Here we're going to see it. And here comes the 44 to the right-hand side, of course. Yeah, logically. And the 45 is going to outbreak himself just a little bit. You heard a tire squeal over there. Made the corner, but a bit of a wiggle over there. And the 44 has a better exit coming out of there. Make the move stick. Beautifully done. Nice move, definitely a nice move. And we can see that the 45 can stick with the 44. Interesting. Definitely interesting. Do they want to run in the slipstream? Is that the question? We have to answer. But welcome, Avre L. Lindström. Hello from Norway. Hello from the Netherlands. Oh, be careful! The 45 nearly into the back of the 44. The 44 already had that done. It's already been punted. It's not a star anymore. Sorry about that. But whoa, the 44 nearly losing it, coming out of Coca-Cola corner. The Jish, Adriano. The Jish. And what does that mean, Baker? Oh, a half-second penalty for River Ruckus in the 45. They have to serve that on the main straight. And that's going to be painful, because they're definitely going to lose their slipstream because of that. And they were tire saving. They have the better tires compared to the 44. But this way, you're not going to win it, and you're not going to stay in third place. But let's run you through that order again, because after this we have 11 laps to go. So in the lead with 45 seconds is the number 20 from Project 1 Racing. In second place, came all the way, I think, from 5th. Polish Power, it means. Okay, the Jish, Adriano. Well, we have the number 5 with Antonio behind the wheel. In second right now, I believe that came from 5th or 6th even. And then in third right now we have the 44, and we can see that as a repass from the 64 on the 45. Was that a bit of a mistake? Let's see that again. I think, oh, of course, the half-second penalty. Duh. So in third we have the 44 with Adriano behind the wheel from Race Asylum Esports, and behind that right now in fourth place, who were leading the race in the first stint. At the end of the stint they just got passed by Project 1 Racing, but right now in fourth place the 45 of Last Minute Racing, and in fifth place we have the 764 of 7 Sector Racing with Witsy behind the wheel. Then we have in sixth place King Ears behind the wheel of the Grid Life number 3 car. And behind that we have the 64 of 7 Sector Racing with Cass, and then Tobias behind the wheel of the number 11 BMW from Project Platypus Racing, and then Shadow Chef behind the wheel of the 35 of Loose Moose Racing, only 1.5 seconds behind. Gotta keep an eye on that one. Then Kukas 20 seconds behind that in the 66 of GT Finland Racing. And in 11th place we have the number 1 car of ORT with Azorian. And then we're getting to the end and the back of the grid. It's the 77 of Race Asylum Black with ATP behind the wheel, and then Brewstat all the way at the back with the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing with quite a substantial gap. But as I told you, we have that fight for 8th place in the race right now. 1.5 seconds between the number 11 and the number 35. And any other big battles a little bit further up front? No, it's still Cass, the 64, in between the 44 and the 45 right now. So the 44 and the 45 switched, and the 64 regained the position in between them. Interesting. And I still can't make my mind up why the 45 is so slow. They have better tires, the same fuel, they can make it until the end, but won't push. Okay. Now let's get to this fight, and it's slowly growing. So that was a couple of good laps from the 35, because we can see that now they're getting into the 39s. They gotta keep it up. Waiting for Sindre. Yeah. Definitely, Mr. SBS. Yeah, he's driving for the Loose Racing, if I'm correct. Lindström. Remind me, help me. Still difficult to remember every single driver, and definitely since they can swap all the time. But I know Sindre.
Now this gap stays about 1.6, 1.5 seconds all the time.
So let's see if we can find a couple of other battles or interesting things to talk about. Now we can see that the number 1 in the race, the Project 1 Racing 20, is gonna lap the number 10 in the race. That's the 66 of GT Finland Racing. We can see that the number 5 car isn't gaining that much anymore on the number 20 anymore. No. The last 2 or 3 laps, just half a second. So that means that Project 1 Racing with Italia behind the wheel is doing an outstanding job at the moment to keep that gap as big as possible. Now, don't forget that in the number 5 car we have Antonio behind the wheel right now. That he's definitely an alien, because he overtook so many. Yes, SBS is Loose Moose. Thank you, Ray. Thank you for that. I guess correctly. Oh dear, oh dear. Are we gonna have another repeat over here? The 64 is definitely quicker than the 44 and the 45, but they're a lap behind. Oh, it's so scary to see that when somebody changes lines in the braking zone when they're behind. Oi, that always scares me. Definitely scares me. We can. Oh, the 64 went pretty darn wide over there, and that's a half-second penalty. And that means no slipstream anymore for the 64 at the end of this lap. But let's see that again. I saved the clip, and here we can see it. Cockpit view on the main straight. Now, of course, slowly gaining in the slipstream. Went a little bit left onto the grass. I don't know why. Brake way later, and then I hate that when somebody dives to the inside. You can better dive to the outside at that moment to avoid the crash. Because if you're going to dive to the inside, you're definitely going to 1.5 second penalties. My God, what did you do? Where did you got the other 1 second extra? That's 1.5 seconds. That's going to drop you back into the clutches of the number 11 car. Poor, this is going to be painful. Take a look at this. How long this is going to take? Because the 45 car is over there. Here we are. Oh, this is going to cost you so much. Yeah, sorry, Ray. Sorry, but yeah, I can see it happen in the screen, and do gotta react to it. But crikey me, yeah, crikey. Oh dear, absolutely crikey. Good. That'll take him away from Andy's bottom on the brown flags, that's for sure. Wowzers. Oh yeah. But right now, back on the tail of the 45, so who knows what's going to happen over there. And let's see a little bit further back, because I think that fight, yeah, it stays stable. The gap is even growing a little bit between the number 11 and the number 35. So, yeah, no real fight over there. Here we have Cookers. No, in no man's land. Has been passed for the second time by the leader. Oh, you're right. What the hell? Have you been day drinking? No, just kidding. Oh, yeah. Well, everybody who wants to read it can read it. Hey, Ron. Oh, yeah. Okay. The gap's still around 44, now 44.3, 44.4 seconds. So, Project 1 Racing, keeping it quite stable. Doing an amazing job to keep it as stable as possible. So, the number 5 car isn't gaining any big heaps of time anymore. And we can see Antonio dropped in the 39s. Low 39s, but yeah, still. So, Adriano. And we can see the 45 still in front of the 64, and the 64, I think they feel as if they want to battle. Let's just go. And here they are again. Take a look at that. Still in the slipstream. Can I adjust that? Oh. Bit better. So here comes the 64 again on the 45, but do remember it's not for position. But we've got quite some excitement. Here he comes again, the 64 on the 45. Is this going to be a pass for unlapping yourself? Boy, what, the cast brakes so late into the first corner. It's absolutely tricky and risky. Slowly getting to the end of the stint. Do remember everybody. Oh, gas! The 64 nearly into the wall. How did you help that? You must be on controller, because nobody on the steering wheel could hold that. Yo, my God. That was ridiculous. We're gonna see that again. And he's still within slipstream range of the 45. Hold your breath. Here it comes. Here it goes. First of all, the first corner, of course. Really close. Now we've seen that. And here he comes, coming out of Coca-Cola corner. Corner number 3 it is. Into it. Onto the gully. A little bit wide and too early on the throttle. Huge mega drift. What the hell? And taking a white line, coming out of the last corner. Back in the slipstream, still in the slipstream of the 45. But we gotta come in at the end of lap 73. So we only have a couple of laps to go. We have the 70, or was that a half-second penalty for the 45 car. Was there? I think so. Let's see that again. Let's go one further up front, sorry. Further up front. What happened here? Did he miss-shift? How could that slipstream be so extremely effective? Wow. Okay. And they're fighting again. Don't know why. And here comes the 64 on the inside of the 45. Whilst it's not full position, it's unlapping yourself. And here they go side by side on the back straight, the 300R. Don't know why, because you're losing time. Be careful in the braking zone. Into the Dunlop chicane. Will do. Lindström. Will do. But let's see. Oh, I heard tire squeals already. Yes, it's the 77 backwards. Where is it? Where is it? Where is he? No. Backwards. I heard the tire squeals already. Saw the yellow flag. What happened to you? What happened to you? ATB, what are you doing? Too early, too eager on the throttle, too deep. Let's see, a little bit too early. Yes, too early on the throttle, and luckily, oh, I couldn't spin it. Yeah, that's the Porsche. Doesn't want to do that. Losing yet another place, I believe. No, in 12th, but even further back than they were. There's still that fight for 4th and 7th place, whilst it not for position. But we're gonna come in after this lap because we're already on lap 73. We still have P1R, the number 20, in the lead. And they're gonna come in as leaders with, I think, about 42 seconds of a lead. And then in second place we have the number 5 of Sector 7 Racing with Antonio behind the wheel, finishing up as well. Then we have the 44 of Race Asylum Esports, fought back quite good towards the podium. And have a 4.8 second over the 45 of Last Minute Racing, who's still being hunted down by the 64 of 7 Sector Racing. And then in 5th place we have the 764. Sorry, the 764 of 7 Sector Racing. And in 6th place we have Grid Life, the number 3 car with King Ears behind the wheel. Now, as mentioned before, and here comes another bump draft from the... No, there comes a pass from the 64 into corner number 1 on the 45, although it's not for position. Here he comes, finally does it, and 1 or 2 on lap himself. It's allowed, as long as you do it safe. Now in 8th place we have the number 11 of Project Platypus. Then in 9th place we have the 35 of Loose Moose Racing. And just behind that, oh, not just, but there we have GT Finland Racing in the 66 GTR. Behind that, that's the number 1 ORT car with Ozorion behind the wheel. And in 12th we have the 77 of Race Asylum Black with ATP behind the wheel, and all the way at the back we have the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing. So let's see, we have the Project 1 Racing car already in. Here comes the second car, and that's gonna be Antonio for Sector 7 Racing. The number 5 car, the 44, is coming up next. Yeah, I know, Lindström. I know. But still. Here comes the 44 into the pit. A 5-second lead over the 45 coming in as well. And you can see all the others who are a lap behind do have to continue over here, of course. Then we have Witt And the 764 coming in run. Here comes the number 3 with King Ace behind the wheel. And as well, it's still reasonably close. Only the gap between number 1 and number 2 is quite big. Further, the gaps are around 20 seconds. About that. Yeah, okay. For some not. Sorry about that. I believe soon we're gonna go to the next streamer, and yeah, I'm gonna thank you for all your attention, your comments. Have a good one with the next one, and I'm gonna follow it as well. Hey Petro, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. Now we can see that I believe everybody is in except from number 7 until number 12, and it's already underway. I've got to keep an eye on the stream when it pops up towards the bigger screen for the next streamer, the next voice, the next commentator. Here comes the 64 of Sector 7 Racing in as well. And a little bit further back, we have the number 11 of Project Platypus. Then we have, whoa, Shadow Chef off the 35. I think that's going to be a 3-second penalty coming into the pit lane. Here comes Cookus.
To get my stuff where I could reach it better here. So, Evo out on track as well in P3, 30 seconds behind P2. MCET 59 in P4 here, 5.5 seconds behind P3. Fuzzy Bunny 12.1 seconds in behind MCET. Lucas coming out in P6 for Team Grid Life, 11.5 seconds behind Fuzzy Bunny, which doesn't seem accurate to me considering he is right there on top of somebody. Gummy has just come out. Oh, gets a 3-second penalty for crossing pit lane. Oh, and that would have been for the entry. Here comes 8. Maddie coming out. 9.9 seconds behind Yugami. Our lab, Mr. SBS here, all over the back of Maddie. So it looks like we will have a potential battle brewing here right quickly. Then Shadow made his way out on track, 14.6 seconds behind. I don't see as to where there might possibly be some battling going on right around this area. So for the time being, we're going to go ahead and leave it right here. Team Grid Life, Lucas running in the purples there. Making that Porsche work there. And it looks as though the rain has cleared up enough to where at least these race cars are not using their windshield wipers. However, that does not mean necessarily that the track is fully dried out. It does look as though it is to me. It looks pretty dry out there. But there could be some residual moisture going on still. Don't see. Yes, I do, actually. Oh. Looks as though they're coming into some lapped traffic here. Here's the other close one. That's what I was looking for. Battle for P8 looks as though Mr. SPS chasing down Maddie. So 2 BMWs on track. That M6, boy, I bet you that car is quite the handful in any sort of wet weather at all. It is quite the monster in any racing conditions. If you don't have good throttle control on that car, boy howdy, it just you get wild on you. You will step out with a quickness, but boy howdy, I'll tell you what, Mr. SPS all over that BMW, going to cut to the inside and try to make a move stick here, and we'll see if he can get this done cleanly. BMW kind of keeping him to that inside. He's going to go try for the over-under. Cannot get it done. The Aston Martin able to sneak in there. So Mr. SBS snags a position up from Project Platypus. Loose Moose Racing up into P8. Let's go back to see if Lucas has gained some ground there on Fuzzy Bunny. Not close enough to make a move. You could see the overspray coming off the side of the track there when they hit the... Oh boy. Just completely and totally, they hit the curbing there. Sorry guys, the brain is just not functioning like it should oughta. Like I said, had a bit of an event happen yesterday, and it just completely and totally wiped me out. Like, drained completely and totally of all energy. It's super tired. Super tired. Not sure exactly what happened yet. All I know is that I was in excruciating pain for about 45 minutes straight, and once the pain finally went away, it was so just no energy whatsoever. Anyhow, let us get back to the racing. Just wanted to give you all a little heads up as to why I'm a bit foggy today, man. That brain is just not working like it usually does. When it comes to racing, I'm generally pretty well on point. Done a few of these, but the thing I love about doing stuff like this is a guy can always learn more. A guy can always get better, right? So Lucas definitely gaining some ground on Fuzzy Bunny there. Still not close enough to make a move. And that might be a lapped team, because here's Fuzzy Bunny right here. So yeah, that's he's working on trying to catch a yeah, there they are in the background. So he's working on trying to catch some blue flag traffic, I believe is what's going on there. Go back up and take a look at your leader. Oh, that's who it is that he's chasing down. He's chasing down the leader. That's why it's taking him some time right there. That does make some sense. I'm like, boy, that person's pretty fast, because I happen to know Lucas is pretty quick. All the guys on Team Grid Life are pretty quick. In fact, there are some fast guys out here. Like, I know for certain I can't beat them. I can guarantee you that. And I have a really, really difficult time trying to even just keep up, let alone get around in my race with Lucas quite often. And the feller's quick. But this is working really, really, really well for Team Grid Life right now. To be following around the leader of Project 1 and Valkyrie. Gets a little bit sideways there. Manages to keep the car underneath him though. No harm, no foul. Does lose a little bit of ground. But as for right now, this is working out really well for ERA's Lucas, as he is able to gain some toe, and they are just scooting. They're absolutely scooting. this couldn't be any better. And I know Lucas pretty well, and Team Grid Life in general. They're smart like this. He has got no intentions whatsoever, in my eyes, of getting around this race leader, even if he could, because of the ground and the time that he is able to make up by just sticking it along in the slipstream. He's able to just stay able to fuel. Yeah, it just really good, smart racing to utilize that, especially when the driver has good things, right? So, Valkyrie in the lead. Let's see, is that not? I want to see who the other Porsche is in the background there, trying to follow Lucas. Well, not trying, being quite successful at it, actually, rather. RT Kings, I wonder how that Lexus is treating him out there. In good lines, the track's has no moisture on it at all right now, just on the very, very edge of the track. So this car's going to do great for the time being. There it is. Inkiostrick. I probably butchered that name, and I am certainly not going to apologize for it. No, I'm just kidding. So, no, it happens. Definitely in the world of GT7, it's hard to read regular names, right? And then you get this, the world of PlayStation where names are just, they're just so outlandish. You've never seen a name like that before. Well, let's just call him Ink, right? Because it could be Enkyo Strike, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, boy howdy, I'll tell you what, look at that there BMW. That M6 is just lit up. How could you not notice that car on track? Very, very difficult to miss that car. So Valkyrie still has Team Grid Life in the form of Lucas in that Porsche. Again, at the beginning of the stream, I had mentioned that the Porsche is whoa, again Valkyrie a little bit sideways. Lucas able to close in that gap a little bit more due to that. Anyways, as I was mentioning earlier, Team Grid Life has used their free car switch. We've been seeing them for the previous 7 rounds. Still a little spray coming off the curbing there. The previous 7 rounds has been in the Lexus. However, they, again, like I say, they have opted to use their free car change and have gone with the Porsche. Really great car for tracks like these. Very technical tracks, very tight, turning low speed, not incredibly low speed. This final sector right here is so technical. You've got to really, really be on point. And in my opinion, the MR cars just seem to perform a bit better on the more technical tracks. They do really good at their acceleration coming out of these slower, tighter corners. They seem to be able to get down the power a little quicker. Now, don't be mistaken, that can also, they'll step out on you. If you're on the power too much, they will step out on you. But as you can see right now, Lucas really got a handle on that Porsche, drawing in and gaining time. Let's see, where's he at? He's now only 3.9 seconds in behind Fuzzy Bunny. So just in the matter of I think it was 11 seconds to begin with. We're on lap 10, so he's gaining greater than, well, almost a second per lap, basically, by using this strategy here. Fuzzy Bunny all over. It's really difficult to tell what place these guys are in, right? Because the field is just so mixed up right now. And it looks as though we're having battles for positions, but I literally don't see any battles for positions. Yeah, see, as you can see, the blue flag being waved there here for Mr. SES. For Maddie as well for Project Platypus. But it's so difficult to try to figure out, you know, who's in. I mean, you can see what place they're in once I switch to it, but where the battles are at, it's very. What was that? I was seeing nothing. Okay. So, still no moisture on the track except for the curbings. Just a moment, y'all. I never did grab my coffee. I grabbed my little stand for my keyboard because it just wasn't working out the way I had it. Oh. See that spray coming off there. That's good. Don't forget to do us a big favor, y'all. If you're here, definitely like the stream. Give IRO a follow. You don't want to miss out on any great endurance racing. The IRO is definitely the place for watching some fantastic Gran Turismo 7 endurance racing. Best racing out there right now, in my opinion. You guys let me know what you think of it. If you know of another endurance league going on that can even match it, I would like to watch it because some really good racing. So Valkyrie still holding on to that 41-second lead over P2. Those guys, Project 1 Racing is, I mean, they are just throwing down the laps. There is another Lexus here. That's either, I don't know if that's the lone Lexus on track or what, but I'll tell you what, those clouds just looming out there on the mountain today at Fuji, just threatening these racers with a burst of rain. And then you can see a little sunshine coming out here and there. So Evo in P3 got a 25-second gap to P2 in front of him. But he also has 2.1 seconds in behind him is MC59 here and the other GTR. So this, a battle for P3, GTR versus GTR, and Evo goes a little bit wide there. You see that spray coming up big time right there. But MC definitely working on catching Evo here. We'll leave it right here, guys, for a moment and see if there's... It looks as though there's going to be a battle of brewing here pretty quick. as this goes on, MC has gained 0.2 of a second thus far since we just switched over to this. And a battle for P3 at this stage. I mean, granted, each of these stints is 2 hours long, right? So they have another 2 hours after this, but still, in stint 3, you're not wanting to lose places. You're wanting to put that gap on P4 even more, and that just isn't happening right now for Evo. The gap is, it's going up by 1,000th of a second here. He did get a better run out of the final turn there. And into turn 1 gets a better run out of that as well. Running purple currently is Evo. So yeah, you can see he got a fantastic run out of turn 1. There's that all-wheel drive really kicking in, able to get on that power. Again, y'all don't forget to like and subscribe if you like what you're seeing. IRO does a fantastic job at putting on these events. And I can tell you, all of the racers thoroughly enjoy it, as well as the fans out there really enjoy this endurance style racing on GT7. It just makes for some exciting racing. For me, more so than a 15-minute sprint race or something like that. Those can be quite exciting too, because it's just a battle from start to finish, right? But to see the strategies unfold here on an endurance race, see the mental application that has to take place for an endurance race, your stamina, both physically and mentally, has just really got on point. And it's not an easy thing, right? So big props to all these racers. This isn't unfolding quite as quickly as I thought perhaps that it would. So let's take a look at the rest of the field. Ooh, Fuzzy Bunny. Really? Oh, I see what it is. Lucas has just gotten around Fuzzy Bunny. Let's see if we can't. See if we can't catch that in replay here. No, we were too late. It looks as though he got around him just on that last corner. Too late on that. Unfortunate we did not get to see that pass. We were looking at that other battle that was going on, and he has put almost a second on Fuzzy Bunny. All right, so Team Gridlife moves up into P5 now, 32.6 seconds behind. Oh boy, what's happened there? I don't know what. Mark it. Was that the car? Yep, let's go back. Let's see what happened there. Or if he's just getting out of the way. Oh, he is just getting out of the way. Fantastic. Well played, sir. Well played. Good sportsmanship going on there. Definitely like to give props for that where we can. Project Platypus Racer doing a fantastic job of just getting out of the way of these guys. Whoops. We pushed it to the wrong button, huh? Okay, so he's got the shadow behind him. I'm gonna say that's that. Yes, that is. Oh, it's this guy. Another GTR here. BMW, not sure. So, okay, there's another Lexus right there. Good looking livery, let me tell you what. So now back to Valkyrie for a moment. He has now brought that gap up to P2 to 43.5 seconds, up from the 41 seconds he was previously at. Morning, son. Marty here for the S7R team. He's got a gap of 22 seconds over Evo in P. Again, being chased down. We're just going to leave it right here because this is now a half-second difference between Evo and MC here. It's GTR versus GTR. Now we have our P2 coming into the pits. That is going to, for the time being, move Evo and MC up into P2 and to P3 respectively. MC trying to make a move going around the outside of turn one. That was never going to happen. Evo just closed the door on him right there and says, no, I don't think so, bud. That is the way you're going to have to do it, though, if you want to get around me, because we're not going to make it easy on you, right? Evo doing all he can to hold that other GTR at bay currently. Shut the door on him right there. Let's see if he takes another look. Coming into, oh, boy, howdy, I would be very cautious flirting with that grass. As you can see, it's still wet. All that spray coming up there. Is he going to take another look right here? He is all over his case right now. Oh, gets a little bit sideways. Does MC? He's sideways right there. Definitely, Evo taking advantage there and just getting a little bit of breathing room from that driver. Give us just a moment, y'all. Boy, we got this battle going on right here. MC trying to make his move around the outside. Looks like he's going to make it stick. He's going to have the inside for the next corner. He does get the job done on Evo there. Oh, and that is not a That is not for position. Oh, yes it is. Yes it is. Yes it is. That is for position. MC moves up into P2 there. Fantastic job. Let's get us another look at that quickly. And we waited too long. Oh, but the battle ain't over yet. Evo trying to make a move around the outside of turn 1. And this time it's MC closing the door saying, nope, that ain't going to happen. You made me work for it, now you're going to work for it. But MC, impressive move there on Evo. Getting around the outside of him there now. And now opening up just a little bit of a gap. 0.6 of a second, 0.7 of a second. Great racing right there, y'all. Let us work through the field. So, P4, Jay Marty here in the Lexus. Now, just 2.4 seconds behind Evo, but he has taken fuel and has a fresh set of shoes underneath that race car, to whereas P2 and P3 have yet to pit. So they're going to be working off some tired shoes here on these two cars. Let's take a look at Lucas here in P5 for Team Grid Life. In the Porsche there, still just right there. He's got Valkyrie just inside of his slipstream there. All right, so back at it. Lucas still chasing down Valkyrie there. Let's see, it is just a 31-second gap to 4 there. Fuzzy Bunny here for S7R being chased down by the BMW there. I don't think, yeah, that's not for position. That's blue flag traffic trying to get back a lap, which is perfectly acceptable. It is within the rules. They are allowed to do that. However, if they do make the pass, they got to get away from that driver to where that blue flag is not waving at them any longer within 3 laps. You've got to be outside of that range, or you have to give that position back and let that driver, which is somewhat unfortunate. I mean, it's good, so there's positives to that, but there's also negatives, right? Because just because you're not able to get far enough away from them for the blue flag to not being waved at you, because it gets waved at you for a considerable ways. But look at that, the BMW all over the S7R car there. And even though this is not for position, we're going to go ahead and leave it right here momentarily just because, woo-wee! See a little flash of the lights there from the M6. That'd be the BMW. On the Aston Martin S7R there. Another couple of really nice looking liveries there as well. The P7, Mr. SS here. And the other Aston Martin, you can see him just shaving the grass there. Clippings going out onto the track. It's an expensive lawn job. Got me in the Mercedes AMG 2020. Fantastic car is that as well. Matty, here's a bit of a... Oh, and it's Matty. He does get around. Oh, let's see if I can... See if we can catch that. Coming into turn one. Goes for the inside. Gets the job done. Nice and clean. Well done right there from Matty. Good job. So Matty grabbing a lap back. Oh, but picks up a half-second penalty somewhere along the line too. I did see him get a little bit sideways coming to that one corner. He did go wide. That is for sure. So he's likely going to lose that again and have to try to regain it back. Or T King's here in the other Lexus out on track. Very nice looking livery on that as well. Gotta say, I'm digging the red, white, and blue there. Not only U.S. colors, but obviously British colors too. So very, very nice. Inky here. Lipping along still. I think those two cars are potentially the only two cars that are a lap down. GT slider rules here in P13 in the other BMW M6, and boy howdy, that is a lively livery. I can't decide on that. I can't decide whether I'm a fan of it or not, but it certainly is striking to the eye, huh? So Valkyrie now a minute up, over a minute ahead of P2, which is MC, and he has gotten away from Al's J. Marty is now in P3. Evo must have had some sort of an incident there, because he is good 4 seconds off the back of MC, 2.5 seconds off of J. Marty. Lucas still 31 seconds out of P4 in the form of Evo. Now we have your race leader coming in for his first pit stop. So Buzzy Bunny here indeed did get back around Project Platypus car. But who's gotten in front of them both is this other GTR here. And I'm not even sure who that is. Project Platypus car going way wide again there. Probably picked him up another half-second penalty. That would be the shadow that's now gotten around the S7R team and Project Platypus, and he is trying to run away and get that blue flag to disappear so that he can keep that position. As stated previously, if he can't get away, he's gonna have to give that position back if you can't get away and get that blue flag to disappear after 3 laps. Within 3 laps. Quite the battle going on here with Project Platypus and S7R. Just all over him. He is a bumper sticker currently. S7R car got quite run out of there and is going to dive off into the pits, get himself a little bit of separation there. Teams in the Lexus still clipping along, 44 seconds behind who's P10, so 43 seconds outside of the top 10. Inky here in P12, GTEC Sliders in P13. Valkyrie has come back out on the track after pitting and still holds a 30-second lead over P2 here. Many of these racers are now pitting. MC has taken his pit stop. Evo has taken his pit stop. Lucas has taken his pit stop. Fuzzy Bunny has taken his pit stop. Mr. SBS yet to make a pit stop. Though all of these cars are going to be very, very light on fuel right now at this point in time during the race. E7 and 8 coming in for their pits. Fuzzy Bunny has already taken his. Let's see, is Shadow going to come into the pits too? It looks as though he is. I would definitely imagine, yes. There's, ooh, and that is definitely going to be a 3-second violation. He crossed the cone on that. On the pit entry there. That, I think that's a violation. Perhaps not. It may just be the white line. But we shall see. Now P11 and Kings has already taken his pit stop. We have Inky that is not. Inky just getting out of the way of that racer there. Sliding all over in that M6. Bit of a different strategy coming from this team. We'll see how it plays out for them. Valkyrie still holding on to the 30-second lead here. Let's have a look. Okay, there we are. Apologies there, chat. No, I can see stream chat now. I had to go into that actual stream, as I forgot it's not coming up on my feed. I had wondered. Welcome in, everybody. I do apologize. I'll try to keep up on the chat now. So Valkyrie clipping along here, still a 30-second gap over Jay Marty, who currently is running in P2 in that Lexus. Lexus proving to be pretty strong, as we shouldn't see any more rain coming. Oh, goes definitely wide, out onto the grass, flirting with disaster. Yep, there's the half-second penalty. MC here currently in P3. Evo 6.5 seconds out from behind him. And Lucas still 33 seconds out of P4 here, currently running in P5 just behind Evo here. Evo making that GTR work for him as per usual. Evo quite fast. Here is Lucas in 5-4 grid life. Fuzzy Bunny with S7R, 11.3 seconds, and gaining on Lucas is Fuzzy Bunny. Not a whole lot of, in fact, he just lost 2/10 there, gained it back. Yeah, you never really can tell when it comes to the tenths. So we have Mr. SBS in the Aston Martin, flipping along in P7. Here we have 8, the lone livery that would not come up for us, unfortunately. You got a lot. Hey, I'm not even going to try to read through it all, man. Appreciate you, though, DJ. Indeed, Godzilla versus Godzilla, yeah. So I lied. I did kind of go back and read through a little bit of it. Just look off to your left, and whatever car we're spectating, that's the name. So this is currently Shadow. In P9, 16 seconds out of Yagami there in P8, 13.2 seconds behind is Maddie, facing down into BMW ORT Kings in P11. In P12 in the other Porsche. And GT Slider Rules in that very lively looking M6 there. What do y'all think about that M6, chat? Is that just an I'll tell you, it almost, it definitely draws your eyes to it. That is for sure. Like, no two ways about it. I can't decide whether or not I'm a fan of that livery or not, but it does pop, I can tell you that. injury. Huh. Right. So Valkyrie here from Project One Racing Team, still holding on to a 31-second lead. Okay, Marty, other Lexus for Team S7R in P2. Currently pulling purples. MC with the fastest lap of the race, a 138.035. Pretty quick considering they were running 137s for qualifying, and typically you don't see race pace be quite as fast as qualifying. They're trying to save on fuel, they're trying to save on tires, they're trying not to make any mistakes. If you make a mistake during qualifying, well, that's not the end of your race, right? Makes a mistake during these races at this level of competition with these very competent drivers, and man, you're going to work the entire race to try to pick back up and catch back up. So MC in P3. Well, what's going to happen here very shortly, y'all? Unfortunately, you're going to hear me get real quiet, and you're just going to have the video. I have had some complications the past couple of days. I have had something come up as well. And so what we're going to do is I've given my son the rundown on how to just scroll through the cars, to do replay if we see some good passing action, whatnot. He's going to be taking over for me here shortly. So thankfully you'll still get the video commentary. I told him if he wants to, he can. Being family friendly, appropriate with his words and stuff like that, but he'll probably just keep an eye on the race and scroll through. I'll have him chat. Want the full story on DJ? Well, I'll tell you, man. Full story is this. I woke up yesterday morning about a half an hour before I was supposed to get up for work anyways, and put it this way, I ended up missing work for the first time in over a year. I was in the most excruciating pain probably in my lifetime for about 45 minutes straight, and then it subsided. But when it did subside afterwards, I was completely and totally wiped of all energy whatsoever and just extremely tired, and I don't know what it was. Don't know what it was. The only thing that I can possibly even think of that kind of fits the narrative is that I'm dealing with kidney stones, and those are no fun. I've never had them before, right? So I don't know 100% that was the issue. All I know is that it wiped me out of all energy, drained me mentally, physically, just no stamina, feeling like I was going to pass out, all that. So yeah, quite eventful. Evo still clipping along here. 30 5 seconds now, the gap between himself and Lucas for Team Grid Life here. Ooh. Not too difficult. Anyways, y'all, I struggling to just have the energy to sit in the chair, and that's saying a lot. Like, if you can't even sit in the chair, it's I'm just wiped. So I'm going to have my son take over now and just scroll through. He'll do the best he can just to show you guys the racing action. Just keep flipping through. I'll have chat here. If you guys want to see a car, a certain position, just tell him what position they're in. He'll get you on there and get you a look at it for 10, 20 seconds or something, and then move on through the action. Currently, I don't see any battles at all on the track. Nobody is close enough to one another to have a battle. So he basically, essentially, be doing the same thing I am, just getting you guys a look at the race cars. You can see what position they're in, how far they are behind, all that kind of stuff. And then, like I said, son is language where get friendly, racing can inform the we're looking at 11.6 seconds. That want to not just rolling through. Keep an eye up on this top right hand corner. Blue triangles get close to each other. They're basically going to be sitting on top of you for it to be a battle. You see how close that blue is? Triangle there. You see it?
I was like, how do you even see that?
Yeah, I can see underneath of it right here.
On the left hand corner of it. Oh, right where we're at. Looks like kind of getting hit. Oh, actually, these two in front of them are actually like getting pretty darn close.
Yeah,
Yep, that guy and the guy behind him.
but see, that's not for position. Unless it's how the blue flag is getting waved at him. But we're looking at RT, right?
Okay.
In the S7R, which I believe is. Yeah, it's Fuzzy Bunny. See? Same battle, same car.
Oh.
Lexus. So now P2 coming into the pits. But anyways, so here's that. You remember how to do the replay? Mark it when you see something cool happen. You just
Right.
mark it. Any point in time, doesn't matter if it's in 10 minutes or half an hour. Go through and hit one of these. 18-second replay, 13-second replay, 18-second replay. When you're done with it, it'll go automatically back and let the playthrough run through, or you just hit the same one and hit it again back through.
Stick with it. Shit, listen.
Up and down. An eye out on chat. Somebody wants a car. I told chat just to tell you what position they're in. Left hand side there, you can see all the positions in that. On the screen.
Want to see what my name is or a nickname.
It's actually No Lander 541. So when it's done, son, just hit stop streaming. When the race is done, stop streaming. Audio. After it stops the streaming, close the laptop. You know, like
Figure out how to like raise this thing. Raise the thing so you can see underneath it easier.
Right side.
Oh,
Run.
oh, pink.
No, it's probably. Oh,
Oh,
there you
okay.
go. Now
Well,
it's as low as it's gonna get.
yeah. Now I can just barely lean forward and see everything. Wait, are you not muted?
No, I'm not muted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there, DJ. My name's actually Colton. But my gaming name is No Lander 54. Uh-oh. What happened to me?
Lost.
Oh no. Okay, this is not for this should
Good. Definitely. Going down. Right back up to 1.
no, that's a pretty sweet. Pretty kind of down to the bones basic, but it still looks pretty cool.
That's the stop loop.
Oh, bummer deal. I'll be scrolling through. I don't know if this is for you or for us. A bother is your favorite sandwich?
Nah, I don't answer.
What's the thing the
Kinda has
community needs to know? They're needing to know what sandwich you like.
Bread. You can't go wrong with it.
Good old cheesesteak. Thank you, DJ. It's actually Colton, and a gaming name is No Lander 541 Gaming. No, Naballer, not cheesecake, cheese steak. As in steak and cheese and peppers and all that goodness. A cheesecake on a Sammy. Yeah, I don't know how good that would be. It'd have to be, I don't know, some kind of sweet type of bread or something or another. Might want to eat it quicker. That sure is, gonna get funky. I know, man, everybody just about cheesecake now, huh? Everybody wanting slice of cheesecake, huh? Boy, P3 getting a little squirrely there, Mr. J. Marty. See if we can't find us a little battle here. Fuzzy Bunny just zooming along there. Got me getting the blue flag. Oh no. Everybody now just cheesecake left and right, huh? Let's check back on P1 here. Oh my goodness. A 56 and over 56 and a half, almost 57 second gap. My goodness. Valkyrie just scooting right along. Valkyrie's just on so. It seems as though we have not got any battles going on. Oh, getting way outside the corner there. Oh boy. Got it back under control though. That's always good. I'm not quite sure what position car number 77 is.
I have to tell you the
Let's see.
position that
Yeah,
they're in.
what position is that? Let's see, there's 66, 01. Oh, there's 77 right here. Okay. Just screaming along, trying to make up some ground here, it seems. Roll through here, see if there's anything going on amongst the other racers. Valkyrie still 54-second gap. My goodness. Just a cruising along. Oops. Let's get that off here. Oh man, looks like Mr. Evo here in P4 is getting super low on fuel, and that front left tire is looking mighty deteriorated there. Pouring up on that front left. Mr. Luke here as well. Mighty, mighty low on fuel. That front left tire just eating away. Dang, oh, everybody running low on fuel. Oh, looks like P3 has went and decided to pit. I'd imagine get some fuel and change out some tires. Oh yeah, fresh new set of wheels underneath that thing. Get some fuel there. P4 as well, stopping I'd imagine to change out some tires and get some fuel. P5 as well. Getting a little bit of pit action going. Definitely needed with that front left side tire there going, just eating away there. Alright, now we got Fuzzy Bunny P6 doing a little bit of pit action for themselves. Yeah, I'd imagine last stop there, DJ. I would imagine so. 24 laps left. I'd imagine getting enough fuel in their car and whatnot. Fresh set of tires. That shit ought to last them the rest of the race. That's crazy y'all don't like tomatoes. Especially on a sandwich, man. A good old BLT. Oh my goodness. I fall in love with a BLT myself. Yeah, I've got P7 and P8 here, getting some pits, fresh tires, some gas. P9 hitting the pit as well. Got to get that gas, man. Got to get that gas and definitely got to change out them tires. That front driver's side tire is just absolutely cooked. How about just BL instead? Just bacon and lettuce, huh? I mean, it's got bacon on it, so I guess that's acceptable. Yeah, P1 got Valkyries. Still a 25-second gap, man. Valk is just cooking today, you guys. Got J Marty behind him in P2. Got some pretty hefty gaps between P1 and P2, and then between P2 and P3 here. P3 we got MC. Just dropped a purple lap there. Best lap by quite a hefty amount there. 23 seconds almost. Oh no, let's see, they dropped a 138. So about a whole second there. Before we got Evo here. Second gap there between selves and P3. Drop down here to P5, ERA Luke. Big old 42-second gap. Man, oh man, that's going to be difficult to make up. Gonna have to be a big mistake there. P6, we got Fuzzy Bunny. 29-second gap there. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know you're asking Ray, but I'm not quite sure exactly what the fastest lap is at the moment. Let's see, I could scroll through here in just a moment. P7, we got R Lab, Mr. SBS. 51-second gap. 20.3, almost 20.4 ahead of, oh, dropped down to just 20 ahead of P8 here, Yagami. And the Yagami, just about a 5-second gap between them and P9. Shadow. P10 ORT Kings getting the blue flag. Oh, and a pretty running late pit there. Ran that dang old fuel down to the butt end of it. Fresh set of wheels up underneath that thing. GT slider down here in P12. Alright, let's run through here and see what we got. 138. Let's see, at 138. 387 there. Oh, that's actually 387. 138, 371 on that. 138 or 137.7 from Mr. MC here in P3. 138.1 from PRA Evo here in P4. And let's see, 138.8 for Mr. Luke here in P5. Got Fuzzy down here with a 139.6 in P6. P7 we got R Lab, Mr. SBS with a 138.2. P8 we have got, oh, these boys are getting a little close to each other there. Got a 138, 138.9 there for Yagami in P8. Shadow here in P9 got a 138.3, it looks like, would be the best one there. OTR Kings here, we got just into the 140s, looks like a 140.223. Oh no, 140.218 there, looks like the best one coming out of that. Got P11 here with a 140. And P12, we got GT Slider here. Let's see. Valkyrie's still just cruising with that 51-second gap. That's a pretty crazy gap there. Guy is definitely just cooking along. Hello there, Hansa. Thank you for joining into the stream. Yeah, I'd say let's see, a 137.7. I think you guys, I think that P2 MCET is going to have the fastest lap, it looks, a 137. I'm not seeming to find anything, a couple that are relatively close, but I'm not seeing anything even in the 137s from anybody else here. Oh, we got some boys. Oh, making a pass. Very good. I'm not sure if that was position or not. As my pop said, this is my first time doing this, so I don't do too much of the racing myself besides some good old arcade racing, some Need for Speed type stuff. These two here are pretty darn close to each other. Yeah, P10 and P11 here trying to battle it out. And I would love to see where you're seeing that 135 or 137.5. Assuming you're talking about MCET here, too, the 137.6. Might as well be a 137.5. Give you all updates as best I can. Oh, P2 getting a little squirrely out there on the outer edge. ERA Evo here in P4, trying to catch up to Marty there in P3. Got only a 5.8 second lead on him. Definitely trying to close that gap down, and he seems to be doing so. He's through the corner there. P1R Jake did a 37.5 in stint 1. Very good, very good. Thank you for the info there, IRO. Oops. Ooh, getting a little on the outside there. You got me in 8. Shadow here in P9. ORT Kings here in P10. Got the number 77 here in P11. 35-second gap there. Oh, getting the blue flag wave. And GT Slider here in P12. Valkyrie still with a 50-second gap, y'all. Definitely got a mighty fine cushion there. MCET here at P2, 12.2 seconds, almost 12.3 ahead of J Marty here. J Marty having a 7-second lead on P4 here, Mr. ERA Evo. Then we got another big old gap, a 46-second gap between P4 and P5. Mr. Luke here in P5. Mr. Luke having a 35-second gap between him and P6. P6 here, Fuzzy Bunny, got a 42-second gap between them and Mr. SBS here in P7. Mr. SBS here in P7 has got himself a decent little 23-second gap on P8 being Yagami. Oh, that was a blue flag on Mr. SBS there, giving away to faster cars. Yagami here, P8, only 4.7 seconds ahead of Shadow here in P9. And still P10, we got OTR Kings, or ORT Kings. P11, we've got the number 77. And it's still in P12, we've got GT Slider back here, bringing up the back of the field. But hop on back to the top three here. Valkyrie still with a 49-second lead, almost a 50-second lead. Very, very good cushion there for that first place position. Just hugging the edge of that track there is MCET here in the number 45 there in P2. Just hugging the outside of that track, making use of every last little bit of it. That's definitely a pretty cool livery there. I like that. I'd imagine Ruckus there, you're referring to P1. Yeah, this thing surely seems like it's just screaming around the track. Of course, all hands to Valkyrie here with that very, very good driving. All the way up to a darn near 50-second gap between them and P1 and MCET here in P2. Yes, the rocket ship go vroom. Oh. 45. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely seems like they're very knowledgeable about the track. That's for darn sure. Absolutely love that livery on that number 45 there in P2. That is pretty sweet. Medi, huh? All right, copy. Yeah, Medi here in P2 surely seems to be very knowledgeable about the track here. Yeah, definitely knowing how fast you can take corners and whatnot is very, very useful. Knowing about what speed range you can go take corners on and all that goodness definitely comes with racing it quite a lot of times, that's for sure. I would most definitely agree with you there, DJ. Already still holding up P3 here. 12.2 seconds behind P2. ERA Evo here. Just 10 seconds behind P3 being J Marty. We got that big old 47-second gap between P4 and P5 here. P5, Luke having himself a 37-second gap between them and Fuzzy Bunny here in P6. Fuzzy Bunny having themselves a 41-second gap on P7, Mr. R-Lab SBS there. Or R-Lab Mr. SBS, that is. Mr. SBS here having himself a 21-second lead on Yagami here in P8. Yagami having just at a 6-second gap here on Shadow in P9. We got OTR Kings here, or ORT, I keep doing that. ORT Kings here with a 14.4 second gap on P11. Being that number 77 car, I do believe. Yeah. And we got GT Slider still here holding up the back of the pack. Make our way back up here to P1. Still a 48-second gap. My goodness, just screaming around that track. Still screaming on through the track here in P1. P2. Medi here in P2 in the number 45 car. Still got a 12-second gap on J Marty here in P3. already here in P3, having almost an 11.5 second gap between themselves and Evo here in P4. Evo having themselves a 48.5 second gap between themselves and Luke here in P5. Luke here in P5 having himself a 38, almost 39 second gap between themselves and Fuzzy Bunny here in P6. Fuzzy Bunny, they're in the P6 position, having a 40, almost 41 second gap between themselves and Mr. SBS in P7. SBS having themselves 21 second gap between them and Yagami in P8. Yagami having themselves a 6.5 second gap between themselves and Shadow in P9. And going through the last couple in the pack, ORT Kings here with a 14.2 second gap on the number 77 here in P11. And then we got GT Slider here holding up the back of the field. Hopefully I'm doing all right for keeping up on this here race for y'all. It's my first time doing this, so hopefully it's been exceptional. Got only about 4.5 laps left. Looks like coming up on just 4 laps. Yep. Valkyrie here in P1, still with a very, very comfortable 47-second lead. Just absolutely screaming around this track they are. Yeah, P1R Valk there, definitely just screaming along the track. Eddie here in P2, the 14.7 gap between themselves and Jay Marty here in P3. Looks like P2 through P4 here don't have too awful much space between themselves. Evo here in P4, only 11.2 seconds behind Jay Marty there in the P3. And the rest of the field is pretty well spread out, it seems. Evo here got a 48-second gap between themselves and Luke here in P5. Luke themselves have a 42, almost 43 second gap on Fuzzy Bunny here in P6. Fuzzy Bunny having themselves a 36-second gap between themselves and Mr. SBS here in P7. He has got himself a 22, just over a 22.5-second gap on them for himself between him and Yagami here in P8. Yagami and Shadow here running pretty well close to one another. Got a 8.2, almost 8.3 second gap between themselves and Shadow here in P9. And then here in the back of the pack here, we have got ORT Kings in P10 with a 41.2 second gap on P11, being that number 77 car there in P11. And then GT Slider guy holding up the back of the field. Oh, skipped right past Valk here. Valkyrie just keeping that head position there, keeping that nice cushion. Still 46.5 seconds, you guys. Valkyrie is just absolutely just cruising around this track. Definitely seem to be very knowledgeable about this track. Eddie here in P2 with a 14.8, almost 15-second gap between themselves and P3, being J Marty. J Marty having themselves a 12.5-second gap between them and P4, being Evo. And Evo having themselves a big old 48-second gap between themselves and Luke here in P5. Luke having themselves a 43, almost 44-second gap on Fuzzy Bunny in P6. Fuzzy Bunny having themselves just under a 35-second gap between themselves and Mr. SBS here in P7. SBS here in P7 having themselves a 20, almost 23-second gap between them and Yagami in P8. Yagami just a 8.8 second gap between themselves and Shadow here in P9. Then we got ORT Kings with a 42-second gap, holding up the P10 position. 42, almost 42.5 second gap on P11 here at number 77 car. And Mr. Slider in P12. All right, so last couple of laps here. We're going to try and keep up on these first three positions here. Oh, and it looks like P1 going to take a quick little stop into the pits. Got plenty of enough lead on that there to be able to do so with that 46-second gap. P2 just cruising along here. A 17.5 second gap on P3. Oh, and it looks like P2 is going to pit as well. Let's see if that holds up well for him. All right, and P3, Jay Marty going to take a pit as well with a 12.8 second gap. 12.9. 4 here, Evo going to take themselves a pit. Get a little pit action in there as well. Got Luke here in P5. Fuzzy Bunny bringing up the P6 position. 34 seconds behind Fuzzy Bunny there is Mr. SBS. P7. A 22 second gap on Yagami in P8. Yagami with just a 9.8 second gap between themselves and Shadow here in P9. And P10 and on here, we are going to skip through and get back to the action up top here. Looks like Valkyrie is still sitting in pits as well as the rest of the field through to P5 here. Oh, end of the stint. Okay, copy. I see. Yeah, driver swap. Okay, that makes sense.
So, welcome back to Streamed. That is like the perfect mixture of voice. It's still the same stream, but it's stint number 4. And final 2 hours now of this 8-hour race. And we've seen the first driver swaps, so thank you for No Lander and No Lander Jr. for covering stint number 3. So, final 2 hours with me, Jaeger, and also Jaden joined us once again. Hello. Can't get enough of endurance racing. Welcome, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. I hope the chat is not done with me, but...
You kept them busy in the chat as well. Provided them with information. Yeah. Very good.
Well, thank you for that. And yes, happy to join you, Jaeger.
Nice one. So we have now 4 eyes in the lobby if something happens. So that's good to know. So let's get a little bit of a rundown after 6 hours and a bit of racing action here at the Fuji racetrack. That Aston Martin for Project 1 Racing, what a performance it is so far for the team. France K88 now sitting behind the wheel, having a 46 second lead. Then P2 we have the last minute racing Nissan GTR with that special livery for Fuji. I think one of the best liveries so far during that season. So I know, like, Richie, who is part of my community, designed that for the team, who's also racing and managing the team, put in a lot of effort to create that one. So a really nice looking livery, special event, special livery. So yeah, Lemony now P2, and the question is, can he hold on to that P2, because we have Antonio back for the Sector 7 Racing esports team. So the second stint for Antonio, number 5 in P3 currently. He was flying in that second stint, and I think he went up to P2. I think he definitely overtook the 45 car during that stint. And also we need to have an eye on the 44 esports race asylum car, Harlock, just 6-7 seconds behind Antonio. So also the two main championship rivals, the 44 and the number 5 car, right next to each other in that race. And if it stays like that, the number 5 car will bring that gap down a little bit. So we can actually have a quick look at the current standings, and we're not having any close battles at the moment, so we just can bring that up. So you see the esports race asylum team sitting with 404 points at the top of the championship standings, and the Sector 7 Racing esports team 40 points the gap currently. So if they finish in front of the 44, that gap will come down, and then we have 2 more rounds to go, the 12 hours at Road Atlanta, aka Petit Le Mans, and then the 24 hours at Spa, and longer races, more points. And so don't think that a battle for P1 overall is decided. So very close, I'd say, after 7 rounds for those two. And also like the battle for P3 in the overall championships is like crazy. P1 now, if it stands like that, they will make a huge jump and probably get up to P3. Last minute racing again with a good race so far. Podium finish would also like get them the chance to compete for that final podium position, which currently is in hands of the number 3 Grid Life Racing team. P5 for today, the gap to P4, 52 point something seconds. This would be a mega drive for Jakey if he can bring that gap down. It's probably very hard because Harlock, the Italian stallion, as Ray mentioned in chat, like a hell of a driver, so not
Ray,
easy.
Behave.
Huh?
Ray, behave.
Never. But,
just eat a sandwich with tuna, please.
yeah, with tuna and tomatoes, right? I know, Ray. Work. Yeah, I was also very surprised when we met last year in Munich there that you were like, tomatoes? No, go away. I don't like burgers with tomatoes on it and whatever. So it's like, okay, I don't ask again.
Good. Good man. Good man.
Yeah. So, getting back to the standings currently in this race, in P6 we have the Boomermobile, as Grantis used to say in doing those races, the 7 Sector Racing Boomer 764 Aston Martin, having once again a very solid race. Yeah, no immediate pressure from behind. That is the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin, the 35 car, Toto Wolff, now behind the wheel. And have a look at the gap to the next driver. That is the lovely AMG here from the Sector 7 Racing Mikuga team.
Penalty?
And that was wide, but not wide enough, I think. But maybe it will be a post-stint review. Especially the final turn is under review. And if drivers will exceed those track limits, even if the game doesn't like hand out a penalty, there's some manual stewarding. Behave, little drivers. So yeah, Cass, the Finnish driver for Sector 7 Racing in P8. We have a comeback driver here for the 66 team. GT Finland Racers Anatami, a name I haven't seen for a while, so good to see him back racing with the Finnish team. A very quick driver. I remember covering a couple of races last year where he was involved in a different league, but he was flying at the Nürburgring. He was putting on a show. Holy moly. So that stuck to my mind, that name and that driver. So welcome back. I think it was mentioned that he was competing for the team in the Bathurst 12 hours. That was round 2. Now we're in round 8 and had a little break since then. So yeah, P9 for the 66. Whoa.
I think we have a disconnect. Number five car.
What?
Antonio.
No, auto drive. What happens? That this would be a massive one for the team.
I just wanted to say, look at the lap times of the
37.6.
number 5 car.
Yeah.
Take a look at all of those laps. It's beyond. It's ridiculous, but he's on again. Okay.
Maybe it was a wheel issue. So we heard it sometimes that a wheel randomly disconnects and you have to restart or whatever and get put into auto drive. But hopefully there is a good reason for it, because auto drive is usually strictly prohibited to use.
6 seconds of a loss.
Yep.
Last lap.
It didn't really help. Guarantee, but yeah, we'll find out probably after the race what happened. So we were just running through the order, and we see the number 1 car, Overboost Racing Team, back in the Lexus in P10. Oh, Purex driving that final stint for the still defending champions. But I guess it won't be happening this year that they defend the title. But they had a great season last year in that Lexus RCF. But this year, a bit of a rough start. Didn't feel comfortable with the BMW where they started with the season. Then they made a bold move. Their car switched towards the Dodge Viper. And now they realized after the last round at the Watkins Glen, at the Viper isn't a good car on most of the tracks. And so they went for a second car swap. But yeah, point deductions, of course, incoming. Sluxy is driving for the 77 Race Asylum team. They also they have their second car swap of the season already. Abandoned that BMW. I think when he's driving, definitely, yeah. And so, and I think it's a good thing that he has to drive the final stint of the race. So I think last month he was driving the first stint and then was having fun for the rest of the day.
Oh, by the way, Nolander, God bless you as well, and have a great day, man.
Yep. Thank you, Nolander. Oh, that was also very wide here for James in the And this time the game says, no, no, my friend. That's a penalty for you. The 69 BMW for Apex Hunter Racing. Oh, next weekend there is the Race Asylum meetup. Ah, okay. I heard about that. And Sluxy will be joining then, from what I've heard.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
You gonna eat snails, Ray?
Not that one. Pretty sure. But I mean, in the past, absolute cinema. What happened on those RA team events? So, and I don't know if Sluxy and Deering both will appear, then I don't guarantee for anything. Probably this will be just hilarious once again.
Oh dear. Do I want to know?
Probably someone will post some pictures or clips or whatever to some of the discourse.
At the beginning. Yeah.
Big D will be there as well. Oh, no Kesa? What? Why? Where's the Ginger Ninja? Then. So for now, doesn't look like we have any close battles. So yeah, that we saw that lap 8 there for Antonio with that 43.9.
Take a look at Ray's reaction again. Oh, you're savage. Absolutely. Wow. Just wow.
Sure.
But to quickly ask you a bit of questions,
Sure.
Diego, we see that Project 1 Racing and Loose Moose Racing are only 1 point separated in the championship. And now we can see that Last Minute Racing is doing pretty good right now, but Project 1 Racing is in front of them as well. So they're going to close up.
Definitely.
And we have Grid Life Racing in 5th at the moment. So everything in that 3rd place until 6th place is going to close up.
Yep, that is true. So it will bunch up. That's the nice thing with then just 2 rounds to go. So yeah, that battle for P3. But looks of it will be Grid Life Racing, Last Minute Racing, Project 1 Racing, and we'll see if Loose Moose Racing can stay there. They're currently running in P7, so we'll lose a couple of points. But yeah, I'm glad I don't have to do the math, by the way. So I just get those graphics made by Evo and just say, here, use them, put it on the screen, and everything will be fine. So
it would be a nice thing to have that for the last race, to get your predictions out, who finishes where,
yep,
and what it will do. But yeah, somebody has to put in the work for that.
Definitely, someone can do that, probably with some spreadsheet magic, and make predictions who needs to finish where to get what position in the end. So would be a nice thing, and then have live standings updated every lap. Ooh, if the race would finish like that.
Yeah,
exactly. But yeah, if someone in chat has an idea how to do that, feel free to contact IRO.
Yeah, I know somebody who can do that, but you have to do it yourself if you want it live on screen. And that's the unfortunate thing, or you have to pay for something.
Okay. You heard it?
Oh, by the way, the gap between Lemony Squeeze, and Antonio, the 45 and the number 5 car, is coming down quickly with 1.1 to 1.3 seconds per lap.
Yeah. Lemony running those 39s now. Low 39s, and Antonio high 37s, like a machine again. So I think that young French driver is on a mission. Definitely. 17 seconds. You see the lap count at the top. 60 laps still to go, including not including this one. Plenty of time, of course, and the trend says and Antonio might get it. Let's have a look at Harlock, who's cannot keep up with that relentless pace, but doing 38s, somewhere mid 38s, plus minus a couple of tenths, but it's also quicker than Lemony Squeeze in P2 currently. So that is 7 plus 16, 23, 24 seconds for now.
Well, to fill in a little bit more, if the number 5 car of Sector 7 Racing will get Lemony Squeeze in the 45 car, it will be better for the championship to bring it even closer. So yeah,
You're always thinking ahead already.
Yeah, 15.5 right now. It's going quick.
Yep.
Nearly 2 seconds. Let's say 1.5 seconds per lap.
Maybe just round about that pit stop. So we are expecting the drivers doing 23, 24 laps roughly on one set of soft tires. And there's a battle on track, but not for position currently. Still, the number 1 Lexus did try to unlap themselves from the Aston Martin run by Sector 7 Racing, the Boomers. No, it's not the Boomers. Yeah, it's the Boomers. I'm getting confused. It is the Boomer Mobile. Oh, hit some power slides. Always those awkward situations, I think, when you're the car behind trying to unlap yourself. You have to be even more careful. I think you don't want to ruin the race of the car in front. Even if you're quicker, you have to do it in a safe way. And then you also need to have the pace to open up a gap to stay in front.
Let me quickly calculate.
Oh.
Because if you have, what was it again? 14 plus. Oh. Already miscalculated. Wait. 14 plus 9.
Oh, that.
And then divided by, it will take about 33 to 43 laps if the pace is going to be the same from the Italian Stallion to catch up to Lemony as well.
Oh, okay. And the gap currently we are looking at 21 seconds.
Just about.
And said 30 plus laps. That is well within the range of that stint. The question is also how will tire wear affect those lap times. I know Lemony is not like the best when it comes down to tire wear. He improved massively over the last couple of months. He was racing in a couple of league races here in my community, and when he started he was like the worst, and he got way better. And still he has a little bit of a disadvantage using the control pad, so but doing a very good job nevertheless.
Controller driver. Yeah. Sorry.
What controller driver? We have a couple of really fast drivers on a controller in those races. So Ivo, for example, is driving on a controller. We had Adriano for the esports races silent team, who's on a controller. We have James for AHR, who is using the controller. I'm pretty sure Cass for the 64 is also driving on that gamepad. Who did I miss? Maybe someone else.
I know.
But errors.
I know. I know controller drivers can be really, really quick, but the only downside is that your tire wear.
It is way harder
Simple
for
as
them,
that.
yeah, to preserve those tires. There's still some kind of technique you can apply, but it's much more difficult than compared to a wheel. If you have, of course, the given technique on the wheel as well. Still, pad is, in my opinion, still competitive in that game, and not many games can say that. Yeah, wheel has advantages, the controller has advantages in some areas. So in the end, it's still great to see that we have many different drivers from all around the world competing in those races, and it doesn't matter if they're on a PlayStation 4 with a DualSense controller or on the PS5 Pro with a high-tech sim rig, load cell pedals and 20 Newton meter wheelbases, whatever. It in the end, it doesn't really matter. So everyone is trying their best, and that's the beauty of online racing.
What you said, it's absolutely guaranteed that a wheel doesn't make you immediately faster. There are real benefits of it, and you can be faster on that compared to the controller. But first of all, you gotta know how to race. If not, then it's only gonna benefit you slightly. But if you know how to race, and indeed a load cell, 20 Newton meters here, you don't need that. But if you have it, you can put it on.
Yep.
I won't advise it, but it will eventually make you faster if you can control it correctly.
That's true, yeah. But it's not like an immediate pay to win. So if you spend 3,000 euros plus whatever on your setup, it doesn't guarantee you that you gain that extra second or whatever you need.
Yeah, absolutely not. No, it won't. So start off with a easy, cheap wheel, and if you like it, buy a better one.
If you have like the space in your room where you can play. I mean, also I know some people just don't have like space even for like a simple desk where they play, so they just have to go and use the control pad. The gap is rapidly coming down, finalized. Don't know if you want to see that. Under 9 seconds now. But you should be in a party chat with your teammate and know that gap, right? You should keep Lemony motivated. Like, push. So yeah, maybe 5-6 laps. So just around that pit stop period. Let's have a look. Also, Antonio, the fuel looking a bit better than the one on the 45 car. Slowly the tire wear is kicking in for the number 5 as well. We're not able to do those 37s, but still running low 38s and
64 with a full second penalty. P8.
Oh, and 2.8 seconds just the gap to Anatami in P9. So you lose roughly about 2 seconds, I reckon, with that 1 second. So the 66 will get straight into that slipstream range now. By the end of that long side, look at that, under a second already. Down to half a second maybe before turn number 1. Until we go. Onboard time. Tires still looking okay from what I can tell. Seen a different story in the first stint for that one. Oh, again, a wide line. Ooh, nearly lost it, and this was basically on the very edge of what is allowed for this event. So can Cass in the AMG defend that position now through the twisty bits? The GTR should have a slight advantage. Oh, going for the aggressive cutback run, carrying more speed. Gets a little bit of a wiggle. Half a second, now using that slipstream down on the main straight. Will it be enough? The GTR still not the fastest car in a straight line. Oh, a bit too late, maybe. It's 2/10. Whoa, he sends it way too deep into the first turn, and but if you don't try, you never know. Oh, let's see that again from the TV replay. So a big sand couldn't make that apex. And the 64 said, okay, I'll retake that position once again. I think it's just a matter of time. Also, I compare the tire wear between the two cars, so that AMG is struggling on the front end. Oh, it doesn't really help with those slower turns, with the turn in. So, next attempt for the 66 incoming, and he's close for 10th. Exactly. Fight! No. This time he's well within that strong slipstream range, 3/10. But if he No, pulls out of the slipstream too early. Oh, he won't get it, so he needs to play it safe. Yeah, the finished battle, exactly. And now this time, later on the inside. Oh, look at no! Yes, no! Ah! I think he knew, like last time, I was too late, went too deep. And
Oh,
it just shows once again that GTR is a brick.
yeah,
But
but this is going to continue quite some laps.
it is, yeah, we need to have a look. Lemony versus Antonio, under 6 seconds. Still a little bit of a gap, so we jump back to that one, P8, P9.
Yeah, you want an update on the number 1, 2, 3, and 4?
You can do that, of course.
Checking them, and we can see that France in the 20 P1R car is pulling out a bit of a gap over Lemony in the 45, and he is really having a terrible time on those tires. So Antonio is still about 1.3 to 1.5 seconds faster per lap. And I'm soon gonna shut up because that fight is coming up. And Harlock is gaining as well on Lemony, but not as much as before.
Round 3 it is. Oh, once that Nissan has to use the 6th gear, it's over. 2/10. Will he send it this time? No! Still not close enough, but this time the AMG goes a little bit deep into the first turn. And Atari cannot capitalize, at least for now. Patience is needed. Where's the next opportunity? Maybe get a good run out of turn 6 and 7. Both very wide. Oh, better run. Inside line for the GTR before the Dunlop chicane, even if it's not called that, as I've learned. But it's the opportunity, heavy braking zone, and now the 66 got in front, but as mentioned in chat, the AMG fast, maybe with a lower downforce setup, who gets a little bit of a slide coming out of the final turn. It's 5/10 and already gaining.
I think, of course, the AMG might have a little bit less error, but the GTR is just shit in a straight line at the moment. Yeah.
Stays in front, so Lemony pitting. No, that's... Is it within the pit stop window? I think so. 24, so just about, I think. So, updates of France for Project 1 Racing. Very consistent 1 minute. Then the gap to Antonio. Might be pitting soon as well, looking at the tires. Harlock for the 44, Esports Race Asylum in P3. And the fuel getting also quite low. So Lemony squeeze comes out in P4 for the 45 with a fresh set of soft tires. And good thing he stayed in front of that number 1 ORT car for now. No dirty air. In P5, it's the number 3 Grid Life Racing J-Key, and that Porsche doing one more lap. The 764 Aston Martin is in for that pit stop as well. A little bit of fuel going into the car. And fresh racing softs it is. Oh, and this battle continues. Anatomy versus Cass. The 66 versus the 64 and the 69. James, like, having a hell of a slipstream. Oh, and Cass wide. Dirty tires, maybe. So, what's James' mindset now?
I'll log in.
So Travers are pitting now. Yeah. P6 is Toto Wolff. And the gap to Hide, 12.8 seconds currently. Hide with a pit stop for the Boomers. The 35 car. Yes, a few looking still okay. We might go for a couple of laps on this first stint. The leader is in now as well. So getting rid of those soft tires. Fuel coming in. And 3 seconds between the 45 and the number 5 car. And that number 1 Lexus sitting in between them. For now, the leader out on the track again. Also fresh soft tires it is for the number 20 Aston Martin. So that's
Got a nice battle between the number 8 and number 9. 8 tenths separated in the pit right now.
yeah. So a bit surprised actually to see the 66 pitting. Hey, tire weren't looking that bad, but yeah, why drive longer than needed? It's a whoa. That was a shaky camera movement coming out of the pits. Well, a little bit of a fuel advantage for the GTR by the looks. Gap went up to nearly 2 seconds.
Yeah, we fuel way less. 40% for the 66 and 64 for 46 for the 64. Now you got a battle for second place.
40 liters is crazy, okay? I mean, you can do probably one stint with a bit less fuel. If you then do the final stint, then extend that again. Maybe just yeah, track position probably. And the idea, not get caught up in battles. Then build a gap for those extra leaders coming in for that second pit stop. So 2 seconds it is between Lemmy squeezed in the 45 and Antonio in that number 5 machines. 16.5 to Harlock. Keep that in mind. So he gained also on the 45, but don't think as fast as your prediction was.
Nope. Correct. In the beginning it was about 5 to 7 tenths. So I went with 6.5, 6. And yeah, that came down quickly, really quick. Because after that, Lemony, so the 45 was more stable, and Harlock had a way bigger drop off in the 44.
It's 1.4 now, so it's going to happen. It's going to happen. So the question is, will Lemony fight Antonio, or just says, you know what, I know that guy is very fast, so let's focus on my own pace, on my own race. Don't risk anything.
I think that would be the wise decision for him.
Yeah.
Let it go. You've seen how quickly he came towards you, and you know you can't drive those laps. Let it go and focus at least on P4, because sorry, P3, because P4 is coming.
It would be wise. On the other hand, it is Lemony Squeeze, aka Zach, who's driving that car, and yeah, I know him.
Okay, fair enough. Let's see that battle then. Oh, fight for 10th place as well. Oh, not necessarily to see.
Oh, so much more speed, and these couple of turns in that Lexus. Now will we see the move into the braking zone? It's 3.5 tenths currently. Lemony a little bit laggy, also probably hard to judge where to go for the move. So if you're Antonio, maybe play it very safe and wait for turn 1. Three and a half tenths still. So what is going on with that graphics? Okay, it was just like that took like forever, that pit stop for the 35, and it actually did. Pretty sure it was a very long pit stop. And here we go, the overtake already alongside and getting that Lexus in front of the Nissan. And P2 it is for the number 5, P3 for the 45, 18.3 seconds, the gap to Harlock. Let's have a look at that pit stop. It says 2 minutes 12. Okay, might still be okay, or maybe I had a bit of a brain fart, and looking at the standings, I felt like it was like an eternity.
Oh, I had the same, exactly the same. Oh no brain fart for you.
Okay. Oh, so they did an extra pit stop. Yeah, that could be the case. A 55, 2 minute 12. Yeah, maybe they had damage. So Anatomy in that 66 Nissan, right behind the 35. And once again we see the difference. The Aston Martin in the straight line saying goodbye, Nissan. Nice to know you. So we saw those gaps. Let's see what's going on. Yeah,
The fastest lap.
5:42. Oh, that is close. I don't know about that first stint. It was also a 37.5. Was it a 5:09? I don't. Or a 5:90? Something like that. I cannot remember. But definitely Antonio flying again. So we'll just have a look at the positions, P10, 11 and 12, but there are some bigger gaps between the drivers, 33, 34 seconds separating P10 and P11, and James on the outlap again a couple of laps down for Apex Hunter Racing doesn't actually show the gap to P11. So let's do some quick math. It's 4 minutes 20 currently. Maybe that will update a little bit when he crosses the line. It looks like he's at least a lap down, maybe 2. He's on lap 25, yeah, and that's 28 for Slugsy. Maybe that would have been the easier way to look at the lap count than whatever. So Antonio, 3.3 second that gap. Didn't take him that long.
There is a fight for 7th place between Toto and Anarda.
Yeah, that's probably the closest battle on track. We see this again, that on those power sections the Aston Martin is pulling away, and then through the more technical sections where the downforce is needed, the GTR is catching. Lap times low to mid 39s for the Finnish driver, and also mid 39s for Toto Wolff. Well, it's quite similar. Once again, the exit out of the final turn. And now we should see the Aston Martin pulling away a little bit now. Actually not. A bit surprised. Maybe the GTR gets a little bit of a tow. As well, gained slightly. The 64 in P9, 5 seconds. That gap now. So, going back to our race leaders, we haven't seen them for quite some time, and still they have everything under control in this race. So they took the lead, I think, halfway through stint number 1, and never looked back since. A very competitive and strong lineup today for the Project One racing team. We had Jake driving that opening stint, who also qualified for the team yesterday, and we had Italia 458 in that second stint, who extended that lead. And the previous stint, I think it was Valkyrie driving. Also a very, very fast driver. I know him from the Community Team Cup races I organize. Pure is competing as well, so one of the fastest drivers in that competition. And then France as well. I think nothing to complain from the Project One racing side so far. Hit a damage? Question?
Yeah.
Mark?
Yeah. He came out of the pit.
Oh, outlap.
Loose off tires. Oh, I think damage indeed.
So that 40 plus second gap down to 5 seconds again. So P6, P7, P8, this could get spicy. Both the 35 and the 764 with an unscheduled pit stop to repair the damage. Can Toto Wolf close that gap?
Look
4.4.
at the lap times. If I look at the lap times, he can. Although, of course, no, both on new soft tires. So yeah, he can. If you see the lap times.
Yeah, low 39s. Hide was doing, yeah, low to mid 39s. And then had that issue. I say, yes, a little bit quicker, not by much. But it could get close towards the end of that race, and we are also getting towards the lovely atmosphere at the Fuji racetrack. So this golden hour is gorgeous. Still, we have too much cloud cover for this one to have like the really nice looking visuals, but still, it's a nice little atmosphere to drive now with just over 1 hour remaining for that one.
Yeah, by the way, I think a mistake from the number 5 car, the last lap, because the last lap was 39.5.
Ooh, he's human.
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's 56 seconds still in that gap, and it's usually I would say impossible, but I've seen so many weird things happening in those longer races, so you never know. Of course, the gap between the 45 and the 44, the two Nissan GTRs, 14.7. Well, let's have a look at Lebanese lap times. Low 39s, consistent lap times though, a couple of laps. And the Harlock in the 44, 38s, so 4/10 a lap roughly, gaining. And fuel very much the same for the two, so they're on a similar strategy for this middle stint of that final driver's stint. Similar machines. Not sure about that aero setup though. It's adjustable for the teams and the drivers, so there can be a difference, of course.
Well, we've got to fight for 7th place. Toto Wolf.
A second, yeah, Anatomy, and 3.7, so that gap was 4.5, 4 point something last time. They're also slowly catching Hide. And in P6, what's the gap in P6 to P5? A big gap. It's roughly 2 minutes. So they can probably just focus then on that fight. Don't have to worry about the other positions. So, Shaky basically in no man's land. So what do we reckon? Will Grid Life Racing be happy with that P5? So they switched to the Porsche. They probably expectations were like getting a podium, still P3, because they didn't feel that happy with the Lexus anymore. So is that P5 okay for their ambitions?
think for this track that they might scratch their head, but if you look, I think towards Road Atlanta, it's going to be better, but in Spa, it's going to be worse again. So I don't know if it was the wise choice to use the Porsche.
Okay, so we have Lucas from Grid Life Racing in the chat. Okay, so P5 was basically the maximum they were hoping. So good, and they're really looking forward to Road Atlanta and Spa in the Porsche then. So probably just that one race to get used to the car and then see how it behaves during those longer races, and then be fully prepared for the final 2 rounds of the season and fight for that P3 overall.
Take a look at P3 and P4, lap times and tire wear.
P3 and P4. Yeah, definitely a difference in tire wear. And the gap, yeah, 2 seconds gained for Harlock, so on the move again. We need to go to that fight between Toto Wolff and Anatomy, P7, P8. And they're both still gaining in P6 as well. And blue flags incoming, so everything comes together now.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
What are the blue flags? Not sure. Not for those drivers, I think. No. Maybe the driver behind. I think I spotted that number 1 Lexus. Or is it the number 5 Lexus? Yeah, it is Antonio. Okay, so it's blue flags for the drivers then. Okay, never mind. So soon. Oh yeah. We've seen a couple of occasions where blue flags could play a big role in those fights for precision. So when do you yeet and give up the pace you have for a brief moment, or maybe you just use that car that's lapping you and hide behind it for a little while, then surprise the car in front. Yeah, we've all seen that a couple of times. But yeah, now we see the blue flags on the screen as well. So Antonio within that range, which is still a bit long in the game. It's early when that blue flag indicator appears. But the drivers will be notified and be alerted. No, someone fast is approaching. So 2.5 to the Aston Martin in front.
The beauty of this fight is if Toto Wolff starts a fight with Hidden, so what is it, the 35 with the 764, then the 66 can get really close. And if the 35 and the 66 are going to battle, then the 764 can get away.
That's it.
But as you said, as well, if Antonio was going to be in between with the number 5 car, that's going to be, you can profit of it or you can lose.
Yeah, let's get on to Antonio's perspective. So he sees those 2 cars. I mean, they're not like in a wheel-to-wheel battle at the moment. Still, it's interesting how Antonio can manage this traffic now and how it affects the race between Toto Wolff and Anatomy. we've seen a couple of times. Don't think Antonio will get them on the straight. We'll probably wait for the end of Sector 1. Oh, very, very well played. The 66 braking very early before turn number 1. That is nice for Antonio. Probably he lost quite some time there in that battle with Toto Wolff. So 2.8 it is. It was a second roughly, or 1.2. So what will Toto Wolff do? Where will he slow down? For now, I would say advantage for the 35 car.
Yeah.
Come.
Well, I'm focusing on Lemony and Hog. So the 45 and the 44. And the 44 is gaining a second a lap
No,
right now.
that's crazy.
The
Yeah,
last 3 laps.
under 10 seconds. Also, Podium in reach for the 44. The 45, yes, struggling a little bit with the tire wear again. Has to do 9-10 laps maybe.
And it was an early pit stop for the 45, right?
Think one lap earlier. Yeah.
What else do we got? You know, of course, still 3 seconds.
Yeah. And hit it now, getting out of the way. Blue flag zones and oh, that's Toto Wolff. Yeah, sorry, the 35 car. So let's go back to that gap. 1.9 currently. So overall, 35 gained a little bit, but lost quite some time to hit it in the 764 Aston Martin. 4.4 it is now, but that car will be the next to face the blue flags.
Tire wear kicking in. Jakey with a half-second penalty. And he's at that crossover point when your soft tires are, yeah, feeling a bit icy. Lemony is already past that, but he's losing a lot of time right now because he's driving a 39.7. Okay, back in the 39s, but what is Harlan gonna do? A 38. Okay, yeah, 38.9. So nearly a second again. 8.2 right now.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Lemony will be sweating, probably. And it's still like 30 plus laps to go.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficult one because if you have half a second per lap, half a second already, times 30, that's 15 seconds.
Yeah, so probably he hopes then to stay in front just before the next pit stop. Whoa, that looked a bit weird. Wasn't fast, judging the delta, at least. So yeah, maybe just stay in front. Slugsy boring.
What do you want, Slugsy? What do you want? Tell us.
Slugsy
Lemonese
likes,
through his tires.
yeah, Slugsy likes to race high downforce cars at Saint Croix. All the layouts. This is
Okay,
Slugsy's
never gonna race
jam.
you. Well, Lemony bringing down his lap times, so that's good.
$39.0 for Harlock, $39.4 for Lemony. Still losing roughly for 5/10 every lap. But it was more, it was up to a second. Shaky, no one around him. Oh, by himself. And blue flags now appearing for the Boomers. 3.5 the gap to Toto Wolff. So gaining again.
Do got a question, Jaeger.
Whoop.
Do you have to be a certain age to drive for the Boomers?
That is a question for Sector 7 Racing Principals in the chat. Antonio with an early, very early pit stop. Oh, I didn't see that coming.
That's really early. Wow.
So,
Okay. Mediums?
ooh, that would be a very big surprise. I think he goes softs again. He's pushing, probably wants to enjoy himself. Yeah, very.
Stopper?
Yeah, look at that. Not much fuel. Come in, and that is basically no fuel, but he's going all out now, I think.
Oh dear.
He knows like he will probably the best he can get is P2, so just now go hot lapping
Oh dear, oh dear.
for a little while. Yeah, coming back to the
Scared for the
Boomers.
fastest lap.
So Hide has a 64 in his name. Is that his like not his age, but like his
Birth year.
birth year, yeah. It could be, I don't know.
Possible, yeah. Well, are you sure? Because if you add 64 and 25 towards 100, that's pretty darn old for racing that quick.
We don't know. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
someone
okay, fair
can
enough.
confirm. I know, like that. Nuke, the team manager, is also not the youngest. Let's put it that way. But I mildly, yeah. So
Okay, hey, fair enough. If you still can do it, do it.
yeah.
But you know the younger guys are 9 out of 10 times a bit quicker. But if are you a boomer when you're out of 1964?
Pretty sure, like, but I don't know where the crossover point is between Boomer and Gen X generation. So, but oh, James with a spin got out of the way. So, I'm pretty sure if you're like in that born in the early mid 70s, then you're the first of the Gen X generation. So it could be the crossover point, but I don't know, speculations all around, and it doesn't really matter how old you are. If you're fast, you're fast, and no matter if you're using a controller, a wheel, whatever, how old you are, if you're male, female, or whatever you identify as, it doesn't matter.
You want to know?
Yep.
the baby boomer generation born in 1946 until 1964.
Oh,
So he's actually perfectly qualified just within.
if that 64 actually has to do something with his with age, or maybe it's just like a random number, his favorite number, whatever. We don't know. Maybe it is just mid-20 and feels like very much offended now.
Number 2 and number 3.
Yep. Lemony
On it.
will be pitting soon, looking at the fuel and the tires. And yeah, Antonio pushing. Yeah, and he definitely has the fastest lap of the event now with that 37.4. No doubt about that.
There you go. And take a look at Harlock. Wow.
5.3 gap. It looks like Lemony will just survive before the pit stop and keep that position. P3 it will be. I mean, you won't be fighting Antonio again.
Now, of course, there is still a battle between number 6, 7, and 8. But it's spread out a little bit. But take a look at this battle. Take a look at it.
Visual racer in the chat. Yeah, Antonio Verstappen. Oh. But Visual, you're also racing for that Boomers team, right? So can you clarify? Is there a certain age restriction for the team? Let us know.
Would love to know. Oh, take a look at that. Even bump drafting
Yep.
from Antonio to gain that little extra momentum for better lap time. And then into the first corner. Is that going to be a... No.
Oh, interesting.
Is he helping out 45?
Maybe.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, 22 like your youngest driver in the Boomers. Okay. Here we go.
Yeah, that's not a boomer.
Maybe the new Boomers.
Oh dear. Wow, Antonio helping out Lemony.
Yep.
What did you agree to, you guys? Come on.
Yep. Maybe some secret agreements there between the two teams. I mean, for the number 5 car, it would be beneficial if the 45 car finishes in front of the 44 for championship points. But it's still a very long shot, I think. I don't know. Or maybe Antonio is just playing now.
I'm bored. Let's do this.
Yeah. Antonio, if you're listening, Sluxy is also bored doing this race. Maybe you can play with that 77 Porsche.
Oh.
Again, once
another
again,
lap.
staying behind. Will it be a little bit of a bump? Very interesting. Very, very interesting. But those races, surprises everywhere. And who would have thought?
Okay, we're gonna get close to the second pit stop phase.
Yep.
And a lot of guys.
Oh, Toto Wolff down to 3 seconds again, the gap. And for the 35, but 5.5 to Anatomy in the 66, so that escalated quickly with under 2 seconds for the majority. Suddenly a big gap opened, and maybe that 66 is struggling with those tires, cannot keep up.
Number 5 in.
tire
Sorry,
struggle.
not the number 5, but the number 3 is in.
Also expect the 64. And to pit very soon. Probably this lap. Yep. AMG in for service.
I think the number 1 as well. This or the next lap.
And once again, Lemony stayed out and getting some help.
If this is going to make the difference between number 3 and number 4, then
Yeah, look at that. Harlock is not really gaining that much.
not anymore. No.
Gained probably half a second over those last 3 laps. That's interesting. The leaders are in for the final scheduled pit stop of the race. And 1 minute 17 in that gap.
Take a look at the comment of Ray. Our youngest
Yep.
driver was Arias in the previous stint, just turned 15. Wow. Yeah, these guys, if they can drive and they know it.
Oh, this could be the in lap for the 45 car now.
Must be. All over the shop.
Yep,
You gotta come in.
losing time now. Yep. Making the intentions
44
clear
coming in.
very early.
44 is coming in as well. Same time. There they go.
Oh, look at that. Antonio staying behind Lemony. No way. What is going on? Like he's playing wingman.
Hey, this is weird.
This is absolutely crazy. I mean, there's no need for Antonio like to go. He had more fuel still. But he will go to the end now. Probably refueling roughly just over 50. Yeah. So he's out in P2. Lemony right behind. P3 in Harlock 3.5 seconds. So here we go. Gained on those, at least on that in lap. A second roughly. So now, what's going to happen? Antonio, I think he might be pulling away now again. Doesn't look like he's going slow on that outlap. So I'm still not sure why that extra pit stop was needed. Maybe some few miscalculations happening or whatever. But it looks
I don't
like
think so. Not from him.
yes. But he's pushing again, so 1.2 seconds, and it's probably the last time the 45 car and Lemony squeeze will see that number 5 car that close during that race. So 1.5, 1.6, final turn exit, and he's gone. So 3.6 between P3 and P4, the 45 versus the 44, the two Nissan GTRs, and fighting for who is going to be the best Godzilla today. Shaky in P5 in that 3 car, the green and white Porsche for Grid Life Racing in P5 in no man's land still. Here they keeping that P6 still 2.5 seconds for the Boomers. Toto Wolff for Loose Moose Racing in P7.
Quickly to add to that, you saw that Toto Wolff was ready to go into the pit if Hitter was as well, and he bailed out of it. It was nice to see.
So the battle of the Finns continues. Kaz versus Anatomy, both on a fairly fresh set of soft tires. Anatomy indeed on the outlap. 1.6, so they both want to go to the end on this tire compound. Then our little bored homeless snail in P10.
Come on, Slugsy. Give us some entertainment.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, he goes sideways, exactly. He's going on for the drift show. Just 4.8, that gap to ORT. Also a bit of an offsetting strategy. Maybe, yeah, looks like the 77 now heading into pit lane. Indeed. So he'll lose that position to the number 1 Lexus. It's P11 and James for Apex Hunter Racing, and the 69 BMW still running in P12, and tough race for the team again. But the gap is still quite big to the 77. That is 3 laps, I think. And James in for service. So France also decided, let's do a 37. Why not? One minute 15, very comfortable gap, and yeah, indeed, Antonio now pulled the trigger, says goodbye. 37.6, 37.7 on the previous 2 laps, 3.5 seconds that gap, and to the 45. And Lamini squeeze, 3 seconds to Harlock. So Harlock with personal best last time around, 38.2.
And number 6 is going to come in, and then Toto Wolff is going to be really close. He has an undercut.
P1R's team manager, Archiver GT, aka Chris, is in the chat. Evening, you must be very pleased with your team today, I reckon. Well, especially for you. Rerun with all race leaders.
Definitely going to be a fight for 3rd place, of course, between Lemony and between Harlock, and of course Hitter. Oh, Hitter with a 3-second penalty.
No!
And he's next to Toto Wolff, corner number 1, place 6 and 7. They're ready side by side right now. Ooh. 3-second penalty. He went in too late already. I saw it coming up into the pit lane. And I think he forgot to go within the line, and he crossed it, I think, with his front left tire. But, oh.
Yeah, that's painful. That's like 5 seconds you lose, then with that 3 second.
Oh, full second for Jakey as well.
But Jakey can afford it. doesn't really matter. And also, Chris said, yeah, happy with Valk. Just 2 penalties for him. So that's unusual. What for him? But yeah.
Well, the whole team is waking up. You see that?
Yeah,
Take a look at that.
exact. P1R take over in the chat now. No way.
Booyah! Here we go.
So let's have a look.
Oh, dear.
3 seconds. Oh, it's still slowing down. Now he can accelerate, and
Ow.
yeah, it's a bit of a bummer. And for the boomer,
Bit of a boomer. Sorry, bummer.
so maybe opportunity for the 66 as well. 6 seconds. I open up the gap to the 64 again. So the finished battle is probably over. Looking at those lap times, Anatomy in the 66 a bit quicker than Cass in the 64.
Yeah, you guys should be proud from P1R. Amazing job today. Absolutely solid. So yeah, be proud to be part of that team.
2 seconds between P3 and P4, so it's heating up the battle of the GTRs. And who gets the final podium spot today? After a couple of laps, we still see the tendency that Harlock is able to look after tires a bit more. Maybe it's due to the setup, maybe due to the driving style. Slowly getting there. 1.7. Good run out of that final turn, and maybe improvement on that personal best. Oh, not quite, but low 38s now for the eSport Race Salem driver. Lemony, high 38s. I'm pretty sure now they will be fighting for the positions. It's yeah, the timer says 24 minutes and a bit to go. Race, so I think it's now time to fight. And getting onto the podium, yeah.
Come on. Was a fight coming up between the two Finnish drivers, 66 and 64.
Oh, is it?
Half a second penalty for the 64.
6/10 it is.
Yeah, but it's a penalty for the 64.
Nay, brother, I can demand whatever, but probably no one will listen, so I'm not in a position here for IRO. Maybe that's a good thing.
Yeah. Else it will be safety car every single lap.
What?
No, just kidding.
Oh, yeah. 1.6, 1.7 now. 3 seconds. He hit a 2 total wolf. So after that painful 3 second penalty, personal best for the Aston Martin driver. Oh, it's not over. It's not over, and we go back to the GTR fight for the podium. 45 versus 44.
Perfect timing. Just wanted to say.
So Harlock is inside the slipstream range. .1, getting in a better exit out of the final turn and gaining on that straight even more. Less than a second before we arrive at turn 1.
We've got somebody else who's bored. James.
Stay within the track limits. Easy to pick up half a second through that section. Good run so far for the 44, chasing down the 45 car. A 10th. This corner's very awkward, stuck in between first and second gear in most of the cars. So wide entry to cut back to the apex and try to use that slipstream. A 10th gained another 3/10 during that lap, and will be, I think, getting closer and closer, approaching the stronger part of that slipstream. But I have to say, as much as I do like this livery, something is missing on that rear wing. I mean, where are the sponsors? Come on. Just a naked black rear wing. I don't know. Missed opportunity.
IRO. Battle for 8th place. Was heating up again. But yet again, a half-second penalty for the 64.
Unlucky. But you know, when Jaeger is broadcasting, he loves this camera perspective, so this is a golden opportunity for everyone to present their sponsors, by the way. This could be the setup already. Auto move once again, different lines through that final turn. Taking a bit of a tighter line, but he knows, like, he's close to another car and needs to catch that slipstream, and now he's in it. And look at that difference now. Oh, Lemony going defensive. We go TV camera. Wrong button. You blab. Lemony defended the inside line. It was trigger happy for me. I pressed it too early. Sorry, folks. We will have a look at the defensive move soon. Just wait for the long sweeping right-hander. Oh, Harlock looking down inside. No, just showing his nose. Not going for the move. So let's have a quick look at that replay. So sorry for the plubby moment. Oh, sparks flying. And very late on the brakes, or early, are trying to go for the cutback, but it didn't quite work. So Lemony, with good defensive driving skills, knows where to position that car. I will be long 30 laps and for Lemony to defend that P3. And the Harlock has quite some time. Doesn't need to go for the move yet. Can still like study his opponent. This time no defensive move, maybe a late one for Lemony. Yep, just before the braking zone. Oh, but there was a gap for Harlock. He's on the inside. Can he make it? No, he was too late.
Triggered. Absolutely
Yep,
triggered.
absolutely. Oh,
Too eager. Way too eager.
yep. I mean, was there really a gap?
No.
Boy, you felt like then, yeah, probably missed then his braking marker and couldn't see it with the car the outside. So 1.5 now back to the drawing board. It is, I think this is Luxy letting the two drivers get past. Ooh, a second penalty for the 45. No!
Serious? Oh,
Yep. It's on the display, so...
when they got the gap, why? No.
Yep. So all that great defensive driving in vain. So it's 2 seconds for now, 1 second. I might be just able to defend that position heading into turn number 1 on the apex. No, you don't think so?
No.
Not even a chance.
Way
No,
too big.
no. Yeah, underestimate that you get slowed down that much. So Harlock up to P3 finally, with probably the easiest possible overtake now on that straight. The first 2 attempts didn't really work. Now that penalty sealed the deal, probably.
Yeah, but that's really unfortunate.
Yeah.
You can see how much it slows you down. You should think, yeah, it's just a second. Yeah, but you're slowed down a second. You have to speed up as well. And the penalty line, on Fuji is so at such a at the worst place you can think of. They should have placed it on the back straight here. So yeah.
Yep.
By the way, difference in position as well for place number 6 and number 7. We have total move in front of Hidden.
Yep. Running with them currently. Not sure who will have the upper hand in this battle. Six-tenths currently. And looks like after that 3-second penalty, Hide is flying. A chip on his shoulder now, and he wants to retake that P6. Twelve and a half laps to go for... No, maybe just 11. They're at least 1 lap down, maybe 2. Let's have a look. Yeah, 2 laps down already, so a bit less, of course. And for those drivers, so we still have P1R in the lead. Over a minute, the gap to 7 Sector Racing Esports. And Esports Race Asylum and P3 currently. A little bit of a mistake for Harlock. Yet 1.8 seconds. Now 1.3. So
Fight for ninth, please.
those,
Please, sorry.
yeah, and those 4 cars are on that lead lap. Everyone else at least being a lap down. And here we go. The Finnish battle continues. For now, the AMG is pushing, but also pretty much destroying the front tires. So, as much as I appreciate that close battle, probably towards the end of the race, it will be a different story. But nice to have some battles after 7 hours and 50 minutes of racing course. Oh, the 64 is pushing now. Gets them on board. Straight line, 7/10. Bit too far, that gap. But we will see that gap coming down. We'll keep an eye on that. So we have a look at Toto Wolff and Hide. Oh, the 35 car. More pace. 1.8 seconds on that gap. Last couple of laps, definitely advantage for the Aston Martin, the 35 car. Both Aston Martins, by the way. Oops. We saw that. Finnish battle, P8 and P9. P10, Overboost Racing Team also in no man's land. Sluxy in P11. Going very, very slow. So I'm pretty sure he's waiting for the 69 car and James to have a race for those last couple of laps. Yeah, if you look at the lap times, 2:10, 2:21, 2:24. That is an early Sunday drive on a Saturday evening for the 77 car. James nearly on the same lap, the 69 car. And race leader starts racing lap 68 now. So we have 7 laps to go. Antonio, big gap to France, and also quite a nice cushion to Harlock in P3. Now that gap to Lemony Squeeze nearly 5 seconds. Oh. Looks like we have our podium finishers. Just about, yeah, probably. Jakey for Grid Life Racing in P5 at Porsche. Toto Wolff also increasing his lead. Hide with some blue flag notifications. Race control. Looking. And spotted that. And Antonio with the overtake. So 2.5 seconds between Toto Wolff and Hide P6, P7. And Atami versus Cass. GT Finland Racers versus the Mikuga Sector 7 Racing Team. 1.4, 1.5. It's still close. That tire advantage might help the 66 to keep that position though. 39s for both of the drivers.
Well, yeah, quickly to add to that, I think it's going to be really difficult for the 64 to make it until the end on tires.
Yeah, if they had to go all the way to lap 74, I would agree. But they're 2 laps down, so maybe that could save them. But they're not in a position really to attack, in my opinion, now.
Not anymore, nope.
Small penalty for the Boomers. Half a second. Probably also difficult then for Hide to catch Toto Wolff on those final couple of laps now. So friends will start lap 70. Oh, and as always, time flies in those events.
I wanted to say having fun, but
I feel like we just started 30 minutes ago. No.
it feels like it through. Yeah, true. Could have been close between Hide and Toto Wolff, the 764 and the 35, but
That penalty. Yeah. I mean, Toto Wolff lost a little bit of time with those blue flags.
and the 64 as well. Half a second penalty.
Yeah, but take away this half second and boom, here they would be like right with Toto Wolff now for the rest of this race. Now he's dropped out of the slipstream range again. More than 2 seconds. And we have basically the same picture between the two Finnish drivers. 3 seconds now, that gap between the two, so probably no fight until the checkered flag for those two. Something else we can monitor? I don't think so. 7 seconds for the 44 car. 45 just cruising. 50 seconds roughly to P5 and the number 3 car. Oh, that's all fair and square. And look at that, Slugsy has found someone to race. He waited for that long and he gives himself and James now the time to race for a couple of laps on those final laps this 8-hour race. So, do we have a battle?
It would have been nice if Sluxy would have slotted in behind because of the tire advantage. That would have been nice.
Yeah, he
Right?
saved the tires on those laps. It was very slow. Need to have some kind of advantage, right? 6/10 between those two. They're 11 minutes 39 seconds behind the leaders. It's a couple of laps. Lap 65 and the leader is on a lap 72, so that's 7 laps. Pretty sure P1R are slowly getting ready for the celebrations. So also like the top 3 should join our drivers interview Discord channel after the race for some post-race interviews, please. So at the moment looks like P1R, Sector 7 Racing and the Esports Race Asylum team.
Do I need to do that as well?
I have it covered. I think you can relax.
Good. Good.
Good.
Good. It's all good.
So 2 more laps then to go when France crosses the line.
I told you. 64 is in. Tires.
Antonio White. He secured the fastest lap of the event for the team. And my timer has run out, so we're close to the final lap of the race. Harlock P3, 8.5 seconds a gap to Lemony in P4, so what about Toto Wolff and Hide? 5 seconds. And Atami and Cass pitted.
Oh. Ooh, nearly a crash between the number 1 and number 4. Ooh. Bit weird.
So the 20 car showing no mercy. The penultimate lap, lapping the 45 car.
You gotta say, this is one of the most dominant races they had, I think, this whole season, right?
Pretty much, yep.
Oh, what a pace. 1 minute and 11 seconds in the lead.
It is, and
Pure
here we go.
This race.
Final lap. 48 hours at Fuji. And let's stay with Project 1 Racing, the number 20 Aston Martin, blue black with some red in it. Oh. Nurse it, bring it home for the team now. maybe say hello to the fans already. 1 minute 10 the gap, so can take it really, really easy now. And into the final sector we go for the last time. One more turn. And now pop the champagne, lads. Project One Racing with their most dominant race of the season victory. Round number 8. Well done, well deserved. Lemony squeeze in the 45, finished the race in P4. So the number 5 and finishing on the podium was a bit of a poor stretch. Those last couple of races for the team, they were leading midway through that season quite comfortably. And now it will gain a couple of points back on the Esports Race Asylum team. But yeah, P1R today unstoppable, that team. So Grid Life Racing finished in P5 in the number 3 Porsche, and here we go. Antonio P2 for the number 5 Lexus. Harlock for the 44 Esports Race Asylum team. Then finishing on the podium as well, P3 for the championship leaders. Then we saw Lemony finishing in P4 for Last Minute Racing, Jakey for Grid Life Racing. Oh, and that is the end of the race already. So, get rid of my stuff here. So my overlays, and then go to that one and have a look at the race results graphics. Of course, of France and Project One Racing with the victory. Sector 7 Racing Esports P2, Tony on that final stint. Harlock finishing the race for Esports Race Asylum in P3. Last Minute Racing, the 45, another strong result for the team. Lemony squeeze and final stint driver in P4. Jakey double stint duties in the Porsche for Grid Life Racing in P5. Toto Wolf for Loose Moose Racing in the 35. P6. Then we have Sector 7 Racing Boomers Aston Martin with Hide on that final stint. P7. P8, it's the 66 GT Finland Racers GTR with Anatomy in 8th. And the second page, it's the Mikugar team for Sector 7 Racing, AMG. Cas on that final stint. P10 for our defending champions, Overboost Racing team in the number 1 Lexus. Sluxy finishing in P11 at race 4. The 77 Race Asylum Porsche, and James in P12 for Apex Hunter Racing. Project Platypus had to retire that car in stint 3. So that's it. All right. So let's get that overlay for the interviews, and then we will see if someone is joining us from the teams. So let me quickly prepare that thing in the background. Nope, that's not working, so somehow I need to reconnect my PlayStation to Discord. Sorry for that. Bear with me for a couple of seconds, please. Hopefully it will work. Multi-factor silliness. New information code. Oh, sorry for that. Oh, let me check, please. Work now. Done. Oh, mic check, mic check. Hello. Can someone hear me?
Yep, I can hear you, Jaeger.
Friends, hey. So someone joined me at least for the interviews, and we have our race winners. So we're just waiting to see if someone from Sector 7 Racing and the Sports Racers Island team will also join. But we can start with you then, friends. So you're having the honor to represent Project 1 Racing today, and boy, what a race you had.
Well, I don't know where to start. I'm speechless, to be honest. And well, I mean, what I've seen, I'm actually dripping in sweat as we speak. My mouth is so dry. But wow, where do we start with that one? Unbelievable effort from all the boys. I mean, it's been coming for a few races. Like I mentioned before, we've been quite unlucky with a couple of disconnects in the 24-hour races at the Nürburgring and Le Mans. But a couple of podiums now. But to be honest, we didn't expect this at all. The Aston was looking quite quick, but we didn't realise how quick it was going to be. And in the right hands, it's been absolutely a rocket machine around here.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I've got to say, Jake's first stint to stick with Medi.
Wow, yeah.
And to really master the first pit stop was one of the best stints I think I've seen on this game. Absolutely unreal drive.
That was a
And to back
booster,
up with
I think,
Mark,
for the entire team, right? To see that car is competitive today. Like, I mean, we saw it yesterday also in the qualifying where Jake was absolutely up there with like Maddie and Antonio. That was crazy to see. Yeah.
You've got these guys that are just a completely different level. I mean, these are literally aliens, and I think Jake is pretty much there too. So yes, seeing that a few tenths behind on quali lap, and it wasn't his best quali lap either. So he definitely had more time in that. But yeah, I mean, to stick with Medi and see him like reeling him in after those pit stops was just absolutely crazy. And of course, that fuels you on then. But you've also got the added pressure of the team's doing well and you're going last, so you don't want to mess it up. And when you've got Antonio chasing you down, you know, I mean,
it can be easy or really hard then on that final stint. He had like a nice little gap there to the other drivers.
Yeah.
And I'm also interested, like the race start where we had like wet conditions, and what was the decision in the team then to go for the intermediates? So some stayed on the soft tires, and you opted to go for the inters. So what was
Yeah.
the thinking behind
I
that?
mean, it was very borderline to see whether it was slicks or whether it was inters. I mean, the thing is we have a slow out lap, so with the time going away, I think the track was drying up quite rapidly. So I think it was just above the first bar, the moisture bar.
Mhm.
So yeah, I mean, Medi stayed on slicks. I think a couple of us to the back of the field did. But I think it was the right decision in the end to go on the inters. But even after the first pit stop, I think Medi was just ahead. So it was touch and go, to be honest. It was really, it could have gone either way. I think we made the right choice to go on the inters. The track was just drying out. And of course, we didn't see any more rain then, did we, at all? So
Yeah, that was the issue. Like I think it was just like for 4 or 5 laps, then where there was
yeah,
rain, and there was like one lap where the rain was increasing, like, and was the time where Maddie lost all that time. So he was
yeah,
keeping up like early on very well, and then suddenly lost like 15, 16 seconds or whatever on that
yeah.
2 laps where it
And
was.
that's it. I think
Yeah.
it came down a little bit, I think, but not as much as we thought it would. So obviously, Medi dropping back a bit. And obviously, we do our calculations before the race, and we were predicting at the first stint to be like 20, kind of 30 seconds behind. But yeah, to finish that first stint ahead, and genuine pace as well. Let's not take it away from Jake. I mean, what a drive! The Aston was quick, but you still got to pilot the machine.
Mhm.
And I think we couldn't have asked for a better race. I mean, so proud of the boys, and to bring it home in the party chat, we were coming across the finish line all screaming. It's something that
I can only
we've wanted to do
imagine.
for a long time.
Like, yeah, as you've touched on earlier, like you had so many unlucky races there, plenty of disconnects, and I mean,
Yeah,
I think you were like probably praying and sacrificing everything you had to the lobby gods. No disconnect today, and stuff like
yeah,
that.
100, definitely, yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, we don't want one of those, but when it got to like the late lap 60s, 68, 69, we knew we kind of had it in the bag, but
Yeah.
just no silly mistakes. But yeah, unbelievable, crazy
Oh,
effort for
yeah.
the boys, and we've got some good races coming up as well, which hopefully that might help
Mm.
the benefit the Aston as well.
Yeah, full swing now for that P3 overall. I think your scored
Yeah,
pretty good points, and
definitely,
this is intense, like that
yeah. I
battle
mean,
for P3
really,
now. So
it's really close, isn't it? We've got a really close battle now,
yeah,
so every point counts. Hence why Antonio went for the fastest lap, I think, at the end. Managed to pick
that's
Jake,
it.
which Jake wasn't happy about that, but yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
no
I tried to
shame
do
in
myself,
losing
but
that
no,
fastest lap then
no,
to Antonio in
definitely,
the end. But
no,
yeah,
definitely not.
that's so. Yeah, looking forward to the last 2 races. So yeah, battle for P3
Yeah,
definitely
definitely.
on your mind. I think Grid Life Racing struggled a little bit last couple of races there, but they feel like quite confident switching over to that Porsche, what I've heard from for those last 2 rounds at Road
Yeah,
Atlanta and Spa. Also, last minute racing now in those last couple of rounds, they scored big points with that win last round. Today also P4. So this could
yeah.
get very close, I think, between the
It's,
3 teams there.
I think we couldn't ask for a close championship, really. From like second down to what, 6th place or something, or 7th, I'm not sure, but it's really, really close.
Yeah.
So every point counts. And I mean, the turnaround from the first race from Daytona was absolutely crazy. It was definitely a massive learning curve for us as a team. We changed cars after Bathurst, and to stick with the Aston, and yeah, it's just been absolutely unbelievable. And what a great event to be a part of.
That's it. Yeah, I mean that was probably a very good decision for you then. I mean, you had, I don't know, would you finish in the pre-quali, P3, P4, whatever, very much towards the front end.
Yeah, I think so.
So and then
Yeah.
the first 2 races a bit disappointing, I think, like with that how the races went, and then that move towards to the Aston probably good for your team. Still, like those unlucky races with disconnects and whatever accidents happened, and now, yeah, you
I think with the first race,
you're back.
especially, it was very well, it's like I said, a massive learning curve. We didn't know kind of which way to go about the race. We took it way too conservatively.
Mhm.
So we thought, Daytona being a 24-hour race, we'll go out and just make sure that we don't crash. But then, you know, you're kind of talking, we were second a lap down on some of the times. And we got laps, God knows how many times. It's embarrassing. I don't even want to say. I think it was like 6 or 7 laps behind or something like that at the end of the race. So to go from there to where we are now is just a complete transformation of the team. And that's down to all the guys. I can't fault them for the effort they put in. So Chris, Jake, Val, Kevin, all the boys, Talia, absolute legends.
That
Well
is
deserved.
that is the journey you go in throughout the season, and you learn, you improve, you adapt, and whatever. So yeah.
Definitely.
So what are your expectations then for Road Atlanta? It will be 12 hours. So not sure. Will you have more drivers on the lineup? 5, 6 even, or you go
We
with
do
3,
have,
4, or not even
I think,
touched
I
on
think
that?
we've got a solid 6. We've had a brief look at it.
Mhm.
I mean, the boys love Atlanta, so we've got a decent 6 drivers that can fill each slot. And I think we've got to go for the win. I think, you know, that's what we've got to aim for now.
Here we go.
Expect
That's the
the
mindset now.
boys.
Yeah.
Game on. Let's
Yeah.
go for it.
Here we go.
Yeah.
You heard
The
it.
thing is now, yeah, you know, we've got it in us now. You know, we know we've proved it. We
Yeah.
can do it. And I think it was a very consistent run by everyone. I think penalty wise throughout the whole team, there might have been only 2 or 3 the whole 8 hours. So yeah, the consistency is a massive thing for us, especially myself as well. I might not be the quickest guy out there, but my consistency, you know, is what keeps us going. So let's go for the win of Atlanta. Why not?
You heard it first. Let's go. Yeah.
I don't want to put bet in it, but you know, we'll try.
Nice one.
Yeah.
So right, yeah. So I think we're gonna end this year. So you have the chance to say something to the community, to your team, whatever. Feel free. Stage is yours.
Yeah, just a quick one from myself, and I think from the team as well. A massive thanks to everyone involved in this, from the commentators, the guys behind the scenes putting all this races on. These events are massive. They take a lot of time and effort to go through, and especially these 24-hour events as well. So big thanks to you guys for letting us and allowing us to race. And last but not least, my teammates, congratulations, P1R, for the win at Fuji. And that's all I've got to say, man.
Well said, yeah. So once again, congratulations on that victory. Well-deserved, dominant performance, and yeah. Hope to see you there back at the front for Road Atlanta. It will be interesting.
Let's hope
definitely,
so, man.
Yeah.
We'll definitely bring our A game. We'll do our best.
Nice. Take care and enjoy your victory.
Thank you, Jaeger. Catch you soon, mate. See you.
Bye-bye. All right.
Bye-bye.
So, looks like no one else wanted to join the interview, so then we'll leave it with that. So, bring up our little grid picture we took from the Le Mans race. And have a quick look at the calendar. So, 8 hours, the 8 hours of Fuji now in the books. So, next month, 17th and 18th of October, 12 hours at Road Atlanta Petit Le Mans, and then the season finale 14th to 16th of November at Spa. So hope to see you there again. If you enjoy those races, of course, leave us a like, a subscription. It's free if you don't mind. And until then, have a nice rest of your weekend and see you very, very soon. Goodbye.